With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat, and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Today, electricity is an indispensable part of our lives, so much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries, including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat, and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है.
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at EEQCO 2025. EEQCO is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. EEQCO is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, for the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, EEQCO 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, and automation.
Very good morning,
This edition
everyone.
will feature for the first time
I request all delegates to
dedicated
kindly
theme
be
pavilions
seated.
for new energies, digital battery and energy storage,
guest of the workshop for today. Welcome, sir. I request all delegates to kindly be seated and take their seat. Thank you. So, very good morning, everyone. My name is Navdeep Singh Pathania, and I am taking care of low voltage switchgear division of IEEMA. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for today awareness workshop on electrical equipment quality control orders for low voltage switchgears and control gears cover under 60947 series. Today we have gathered here to gain crucial insight directly from Ministry of Heavy Industries, Bureau of Indian Standards, Testing Laboratories, CPRI Bengaluru, CPRI Bhopal, ERDA Vadodara, UL Solutions, and from industry leaders. Our focus will be on understanding the EEQCO process, procedure, and challenges that we face, as well as exploring the way forward to effectively address them. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants for being here. Your presence underscored your commitment for the QCOs. And I am confident that today's discussion will be both informative and interactive. So, without any further ado, let me introduce our distinguished guest who will be sharing their insight and experience with us today. First, I invite Mr. Nitin Rastogi for setting the context of the workshop. Mr. Nitin Rastogi have 33 years of experience in low voltage switchgear and automation industry with expertise in product management, marketing and sales strategy, solution selling, products training, channel management, and business development. He has worked in various national and multinational companies with exposure to international territories and UL product standards. He is also associated with IEEMA as a chairman of low voltage switchgear division. We welcome you, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I really welcome everyone to this forum, and we would like to extend your support and make this workshop very successful. So, first of all, I would like to welcome Mr. Vijay Mittalji, Secretary MHI, Mr. Pachisa Saab, DD BSI, Mr. Charu Mathur, Madam Charu Mathur, DG IEEMA, and Mr. Vasudev Murthy, Joint Director, CPRI. Well, you know, I'm proud to say that the progress what we have made on QCO is quite remarkable. And we would all like the support from all the stakeholders to take it further. My colleagues will be sharing the presentation, the journey so far, the challenges we have been in the over last maybe 4 years when the QCO was implemented, and then followed by presentations from various stakeholders like BIS and labs. So it's very important to understand what we are today, and the importance of this workshop is that the timely completion of the processes and implementation of QCO within the timelines we have derived. There are many technical committees members who have been participating in this. The discussions have been very, very fruitful, and today we would all like to understand what the support we can get from Ministry, from BIS, and from the labs to make this agenda very, very successful. Nevertheless, I would, thanks Mr. Vijay Mittalji, who has anticipated this idea of having this workshop wherein people can come under one roof and discuss all the queries, questions, and make this workshop very successful. And finally, the objective is that to implement this electrical QCO of low voltage switchgear timely. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. So next we have Miss Charu Mathur. She is a Director General of EEMA. She is having a rich experience of around 3 decades. Miss Charu Mathur has worked in various sectors across manufacturing and services and have also closely worked with industry and government on important policy agendas. Before joining EEMA, Charu Mathur served in strategic leadership position in Amazon and CII. She has been instrumental in creating models of engagement that would resolve conflict on policy matters. As Director General of EEMA, Ms. Mathur represents EEMA in various government and industry-led forums on policies, economy and commerce. She would be working to strengthen the Indian electrical equipment industry in India, while working to build a conducive policy environment and robust business linkages in India and overseas market. We welcome you, ma'am.
This is longer than my speech.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to join me in welcoming our chief guest, Sri Vijay Mittal, Joint Secretary, MHI. Please give him a big hand. Our guest of honor, Sri H.J.S. Pasricha, DDG Certification BIS. Sri Vasudev Murthy, Joint Director, CPRI. CPRI has really been friends of industry for a very long time. So has BIS, and MHI has always played a guiding role. So thank you, Nitin, and thank you, Mr. Kuril, members of the EEMA Switchgear, LV Switchgear Division. I'm very happy to welcome you all to this awareness workshop on low voltage quality control order 2024. It's a very important subject. In India's quest to reach the global standards of quality and move towards zero effect in manufacturing, QCOs are playing an important role. They mandate that every electrical equipment shall conform to the corresponding Indian standards, which is set by BIS. And this workshop is aimed at helping industry move towards that. Okay? That's why you have a very involved participation from Ministry of Heavy Industries and BIS and CPRI. And in the program, as you've seen, there'll be very detailed discussions around that. MHI published the Electrical Equipment Quality Control Order 2020 for 8 types of LV switchgears and control gears under the 60947 series, which Navdeep, my colleague here, mentioned, and you know the products: circuit breakers, switch disconnect, electromechanical contactor, motor starter, proximity switches, etc. Right? There is a technical committee that has been formed to steer the process of implementation, which will handhold you. The Scheme X, which is Scheme 10, which has now been allowed and allows the manufacturer's lab to test the samples, helps in meeting the testing requirements. CPRI, ERDA, UL are already supporting, more than supporting, and kind of leading the path as far as testing is concerned. But the Scheme 10 is, we believe as industry, would be helpful. There will be a phase-wise implementation of QC, and this is what you will figure out in the couple of sessions that follow. I am very, very happy to see that the stakeholders, the all important stakeholders are here today. So if you have any issues, this workshop will help you resolve that. I want to congratulate the leadership of the EEMA Switchgear Division who have been working untiringly over the past many months, and I believe more than 100 meetings have been convened to arrive here. So I want to congratulate them for getting this here, and thank you, Mittalji, for suggesting this workshop also. I want to acknowledge, and I want you all to also acknowledge my colleagues here, Navdeep Tigbo, who's been working on this issue with the Switchgear Division under the able guidance of his senior colleagues, Vivek and Uttam. So thank you very much, and welcome everybody.
Thank you, ma'am, for the welcome remark. Now, we are also delighted to welcome Mr. Vasudev Murthy. He is a Joint Director from CPRI Bangalore. and presently working as testing in charge in 50 MBA short circuit testing laboratory. His responsibilities include testing and performance evaluation of various LT equipments, panel, bus ducts, MCB, MCCB, ACB, switches, starters and contactors as per the national and international standards. He is also the chairman of BIS ETD 07 Technical Committee and committee members for implementation of QCOs for low voltage switch gears and control gears by MHI. We welcome you, sir. Please.
Good morning to one and all. Respected chief guest of today's program, Shri Vijay Mittal, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India. Respected Chairman, Shri Nitin Rastogi, LV Switchgear Division. Respected Director General IEEMA, Madam Charu, Mathur. I think Mr. Dev Chandra Kuril of ABB, all the sponsors, delegates and participants of today's program. I think I forgot Deputy Director General. Respected Deputy Director General BAS Sri Pasricha, sir. First of all, I would like to thank IEEMA for inviting CPRI as a special guest for today's workshop. Our Director General could not make it himself to be present here due to some important meeting which he has today in Bhopal. So he has informed me to convey his message. On behalf of CPRI, I would like to congratulate Ministry of Heavy Industry for introducing this quality electrical equipment quality control order in the interest of consumers of LD distribution network. No doubt this has added another feather on the cap of MHI, because their first quality control order was on the distribution transformers, so which is now going on. In the sense already it is implemented and it is going on very well. Similar kind of deliberations, meetings, discussions was there during the implementation stage, and there was a apprehension, concern, also concern from the manufacturers that getting the testing date, or considering the volume of the transformers being manufactured, number of manufacturers, and the ratings which are distribution transformers which are manufactured. There was a apprehension that the manufacturer will not get the testing date, and it will be difficult to go ahead with this QCO. But absolutely there was no any hiccup, and there was no complaint from any of the manufacturer regarding getting the test date from the testing labs. Absolutely the QCO is running very well. So I congratulate MHI for this electrical equipment quality control order. So after I thank BAS for their effort bringing this scheme 10 in implementing this QCO. I also thank congratulate IEEMA and testing labs for their cooperation and contribution in implementing this QCO. Definitely this quality control order will help industry in making a better product in the interest of consumer, and also ensure safety and reliability of the electrical distribution network. CPRI will support and extend cooperation to all the manufacturers who will approach us for getting their product tested. At the same time, CPRI will also ensure that all the prescribed testing facilities are made available to its customers by enhancing its testing facilities, and also filling the gaps wherever the testing gaps are there. So we would like to fill those gaps, especially the EMA AMC testing facility, and also the high current electrical endurance test facility, and also the DC braking capacity test. We are lagging in those facilities. Definitely we would like to fill those gaps, and we will make all the facilities available to our customers. So I thank you one and all for inviting me for this program. I thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Next, we are honored to have Mr. H.J.S. Pasricha, sir. He is a Deputy Director General from the Bureau of Indian Standards, and he is having 34 years of experience in BIS. He represents BIS and is current chair of the Board of Conformity Assessment of South Asian Regional Standards Organization. He is having experience of working as a member secretary and is current chair of Indian National Mirror Committee on ISO, CASCO, Standards on Conformity Assessments. He represents India at the ISO CASCO Policy Group of Chairman Policies and Coordination and Strategic Alliance and Regulatory Group. He is currently head of the product certification activity at BIS. We welcome you, sir. Please give a big round of applause. Yeah.
Thank you, Navdeep. Very good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Shri Vijay Mittal ji, Madam Charu Mathur, Mr. Vasudev Murthy, Nitin Rastogi ji, and Dev Chaudhary. Ladies and gentlemen, and my friends from industry, I have seen many familiar faces here who interact with us on a very, very regular basis. We have gathered here to talk about this quality control order on low voltage switchgear. The journey we started, I think, somewhere more than 3 years back. Though in the initial stages, there was a hiccup and we did not take off itself. But then ultimately we changed the scheme of certification and with a lot of discussions with industry, stakeholders, everybody, we have been able to start this process in the last 6 months, and there is a fair progress towards implementation of this quality control order on low voltage switchgear. This is a part of the journey which our country is going with respect to implementing technical regulations in various fields. It is one of those fields. I would like to share that in the last 6 years, BIS has implemented quality control orders for almost more than 600 products, which has really been a challenging job for us, but we have been succeeding in that, implementing. Even for DHI, I think we have implemented it for transformers already, distribution transformers, as well as wheel rims in the automotive sector. So, but this is only a beginning. As per the discussions, there are many more quality control orders in pipeline. Even in DHI, I think the principal quality control order, the horizontal for machine safety, for which this scheme 10 was designed by us, that is also going to be in process. And once that comes, that is also a huge challenge because it's altogether a new approach of implementation, which has not been followed so far in the country in terms of the certification processes. But we are gearing up for that also in BIS, and for this also, as we have started the journey. Under this, first time we have started recognizing the labs of the manufacturers also. And that has not been now limited to this sector. We are rather opening up that wherever manufacturers have good testing labs for which they have NABL accreditation, we are ready to recognize for all kinds of products so that the testing facilities available in the country can be utilized to the optimal level. Plus the spread of the testing facilities in the country will be much better with the industry also participating in the testing process of the government of India. Because what we have analyzed and felt after discussions with the industry, that most of the industry labs are underutilized if they are using only for their own testing. So if they have spare capacity, why not to use it for the national cause? So that is the approach we have taken. and rather we are discussing with almost all now stakeholders in various fields, especially the large and medium scale industry, who have spare capacity in their lab and have taken NABL accreditation, or they can take NABL accreditation if they have not taken so far, and then we can recognize them as BIS recognized laboratories, which can then function as a third party lab. So it is also a big change which we have been, I think we have been able to bring about and implement, and which will go a long way in implementing the various technical regulations or quality control orders in the country. Implementing this quality control order has been a challenge. It always continues to be a challenge. We are just starting the first part. I think we need to start serious discussions on implementing all phases of this. Let us not discuss about this. Let us start discussing about other parts and the timelines. How do we want to start, and whatever the issues for other parts and timelines are there, let the industry come to us with their approach and solutions. So we are always welcoming the industry to discuss whatever they want to come forward and discuss with us. We are open to change because all standards and the certification processes are always dynamic in nature. Ultimately, the goal should be, objective should be to have the product as per the relevant standard. That is the objective of all the technical or regulations or QCOs. So I would urge industry, some of the members present here are coming to us and discussing, but I see many new faces which do not come to us and discuss. We would welcome them all to come out with their issues, discuss with us threadbare, so that solutions can be found. And let us come with an approach of solution-oriented approach. What are the possible solutions so that we can quickly decide and move on in the implementation of this quality control order. With respect to the lab infrastructure also, I think I would urge all the labs which has now taken recognition for part 2 to start thinking about other parts also, other facilities which, because all of you now know what is the potential market which is going to be there for implementing this QCO. And if you don't have some facility, you want to create some new facilities, add some new equipments, those should be planned immediately and move forward to create that testing infrastructure in the country so that this can be useful for implementing this quality control order. I think DHI and BIS has been working hand in hand. Mittal Saab and me and my team and the DHI team always keeps on discussing all the issues which we face, which are raised by the industry, threadbare, and we always try to come out with the solutions which industry can comfortably implement. But still in our implementation, if you find certain challenges, if you are still not clear about certain procedures, I think this workshop, I hope, will prove very useful. My whole team from BIS is here. They will be here full day with you, and also a full session from BIS is there. We will be sharing how to go about this certification, the processes. But even after that, if you have any query, we are a phone call away or a mail away from you. Be very clear about that. Don't be afraid to call us, talk to us. Anything you have no clarity, a program or a one-to-one session with you sitting in your office wherever you are located in India through a VC can be organized even on one-day notice. So be clear about that. We are open for that. And we only need a request from your side what clarity you need. Okay? So with this, and I will end. And thank you all for gathering here in such a large number. But we would request all of you to immediately start working on it, start getting your samples tested and applying for BIS certification so that we can meet the timelines which have now been prescribed without any need of extending them further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So next we have Chief Guest, Mr. Bijay Mittal, sir. He is a Joint Secretary representing the Ministry of Heavy Industries. He is looking after the capital goods and heavy electrical industry sectors, including schemes for enhancement of competitiveness in the Indian capital goods sector and PLI for the advanced chemistry cells, which aims to bolster the sector industry through financial support and infrastructure development. Under his supervision, MHI has signed multiple memorandum of understanding with various institutions to foster innovation and technological development. We welcome you, sir. Please give a big round of applause. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, Charu Madam, Nitin ji, Vasudev Murthy Sahab, Pasricha Sahab, and Dev Chandra Kuril ji. Before I start with my formal address, just thought of a couple of corrections. One is that I am Joint Secretary in Ministry of Heavy Industries, not a Secretary, and work under Secretary Heavy Industries, who is Shri Kamran Rizvi. That's one. And a little correction that DHI has moved from DHI to MHI for Pasricha Sahab. So that's how the journey takes place. And we all call it like where there is a will, there is a way. So I feel that my request and means I cannot express it in words, thanks to EEMA for accepting my humble suggestion of holding this a little workshop, served its purpose the way I heard Pasricha Sahab. So I think whatever inhibitions or apprehensions even I had in mind, while every time going to a competent authority for getting it extended time and again, all those apprehensions have also gone away once I heard it from none other than Pasricha Sahab, the way he led the way forward for this QCO to become a reality soon. So that's great, Pasricha Sahab. Thanks a lot in person as well as JS. And we all understand, like as we move from a developing economy to a developed economy over the time period which we all are working day in, day out together, such requirement will not anymore be optional or what you say luxurial in nature, or I don't know, whatever words you put in, but they will become necessity of life. Today, like in a city of Delhi or all over India, when we hear the odd concepts or odd incidents of fire breaking out with high temperatures here and there, as a general citizen, leaving apart our professions for the time being, because sometimes we become very, very, selfish with respect to our own field of working or our own field of expertise or our own understandings. When we look at it, some of the issues as a professional, but when we look at certain issues as a general citizen of this nation, we suddenly change our view on certain aspects. And this is what happens when we read in papers news of fire breaking out due to electrical short circuit, due to faulty transformers, due to overloaded transformers, due to various reasons, substandard material used in, and they are mostly, it may not be in all the cases, related to something to do with the electricity. That also is a fact. So if that is the case, in fact, we are behind time in bringing such concepts into reality. With the industry also maturing up sufficiently, the country moving fast on the field of international acceptance in terms of their standards, and when we have started talking of not only make in India, but make for the world. So once we are heading towards such concepts, we are heading towards automation, we are heading towards Industry 4.0, we are talking of AI, we are talking of ML, we are talking of becoming a net export country. So all these terminology which have been evolved by our policy makers, where from have they come and how they will be fulfilled? They have come from what we have learned from those who became developed economy ahead of us. And these terms, when implemented in letter and spirit, will take us to those positions or make our dream come true, what we have thought of for our nation once we get into such exercises. So this is really a matter of pleasure and a lot of satisfaction for me. Half of the journey, Pasricha Sahab also connected well. He is an old timer, has a lot of institutional history through BIS. I joined you all maybe 2 years, 3 months back, when I myself did not know what is perhaps the full form of QCO. But yes, there was a good team available with me at MHI who repeatedly told me or made me aware of various nuances of the subject and wanted in turn me to lead this system so that we make it reality. From November 2020, I suppose, when in March 22, first time I came across any such kind of a concept, we did not know where to move. But Pasricha Sahab also put it up very nicely that we were also struggling with another OTR in machine safety, for which ministry had requested BIS to work out an optional or a possible solution with respect to its practical implementability in the field. And they came out with scheme 10. And maybe QCO on our electrical equipment, QCO is the first beneficiary of the scheme 10, and OTR we are still on the final leg of it, but the fact remains that yes, our QCO in electrical equipment has come ahead of OTR, is implementing the scheme 10. So that's when the Charu madam read it X, I on a lighter note, I got a idea that maybe Elon Musk also read it X and then changed Twitter from to X. So that's a great thing. Means it's not easy to form such schemes overnight, which BIS did for us and brought such practicability into field, which led us to this day when we all are now with a sense of satisfaction as professionals looking at this scheme for benefits that will accrue to our great nation through this scheme in terms of becoming a brand for the world, as the concerned ministries are now talking in terms of work immediately ahead in next 100 or 5 years, 100 days or 5 years, for making, creating India as a brand for the world. So India will become a brand for the world only when such concepts will automatically get implemented, and anything which is coming out of India and going to any of the nations, whether developing or a developed economy, will have its own stamp that yes, it has passed through such processes and through such institutes of honors like BIS or CIPRI, that they are bound to be of that estimated or expected standard, which will ensure not only the safety of the equipment, but safety of those own nations also who have relied upon us in terms of various systems which we have created. Honestly speaking, this time, last time when we had gone for an extension of this QCO from 10th of May 23 to 9th of May 24 or something like that, I had not expected that we will slip on its implementation. But yes, we did slip, and the fault maybe perhaps lies with me as well. There was a lack of stakeholder consultation. There was a lack of getting sufficient feedback from the industry. But I am very happy that this time EEMA, CPRI, CEA, Ministry of Power and BIS, they all came together to help MHI to say, sir, let's go for another 6 months, and we do ensure that we start its actual implementation, and not only implementation, We also will ensure that rest of its components over the next 3.5 years also do come in the same timelines which have been already stipulated into that QCO, and we don't have to go back to those approving authorities again in terms of at least this QCO to say for or to ask for another extension in not only this time but also for any of its component. I think this is a journey which is helping me a lot in terms of, as I said a few minutes ago, in terms of implementation of another OTR which we are coming with. We are in 440 machines, safety, and with n number of, I don't know, 90 HSN codes, and so how many IS codes is in the offing to get implemented. I also want to make a mention of CPRI here, that I had a word with the member CEA at that time, and then one of the chief engineers in CEA. And I came to know many of the great qualities of CPRI, which I never had the interactions. But still, I would like to make a specific request to our dignitary sitting on the dais, to his DG, and I would like to have a word with him in near future. In terms of any apprehensions which during the day's proceedings we come to know with respect to any of the limitations in terms of times as timelines for testing, limitations of testing, need for enhanced infrastructure in CPRI, if that is there, to take care of such requirements or hiccups which are anticipated for this implementation of this QCO. And I am sure CPRI is such a honored organization with lot of institutional details, history available with it, already known in the country, that they'll take care of such requirement and make it possible in this journey along with EEMA and MHI and BIS to ensure that yes, this QCO is implemented in a manner that we don't get feedbacks from the industry or from any of our partner ministries with respect to such restrictions creating problems of instability in terms of prices of certain equipment or in terms of quality or availability of certain equipments, but a smooth journey which gives a reason to all of us to be satisfied and contented with our act which we are doing together to take this journey to a system wherein we are sure that what we are giving to any of the industry user, general user or individual or a national or even our customer sitting outside country is often a standard which we all need to be proud of. So not taking much of your time, I feel, and I once again thanks EEMA for organizing this session, giving me an opportunity also to talk and also give our expectations of ministry from our industry. But yes, expectations cannot be one-sided. So as Pasricha Saab told, I not at the cost of repeating, but I second that in a manner that yes, any matter which needs ministry's attention for this purpose, the complete team from MHI side is also here. We must be brought in to our notice in time so that that can be taken care of. Again, with an objective in mind that any of the observations or limitations is not with a view to seek another extension, but with a view to find out a solution in a manner that we are able to successfully come out with flying colors. And I thank you all for patiently listening to me. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Now I request Mr. Devchandra Kuril for vote of thanks to our esteemed guest of the day. Mr. Devchandra Kuril, he is presently working as a product marketing manager, Smart Power for ABB India Limited, and has 23 years of experience in product management. Product Marketing Management, Channel Management, and Product Development in ABB. He is instrumental to work on several technical forums, which include IEEMA, BIS, ETD, members on switchgear side. He has wide experience in power, automations, and digital technologies for industry building and infrastructure. He has held international and global roles in Italy and India as a part of product management on low voltage circuit breaker. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Navdeep, on this occasion. So I would like to, as he said about vote of thanks. So before saying that, I would like to add some impression about why we are here, and possibly the next team will talk about more in detail. So as dignitary says about 3 years of journey, not been so simple. I can see a lot of faces where we have interacted many day and night, and also late nights, to make this arrival more, let's say, up to some platform. Before getting into it, I would say as a vital role, what I see, what you are here today, we are converging a lot the way we are seeing going forward. The way India is progressing today, where 30% energy is sourced from renewable, and the energy mix is becoming very crucial for our livelihood. What we see today, possibly we will see this forum will become more important. Why I say that? Because if you take last decade, we were more on medium voltage, now more on low voltage. So you can say most of low voltage is today converging more on 1000 volt, 1000 volt, and now industry is demanding even going to low voltage to be certified for 2 kilovolt. So such kind of demand, I would say this kind of forum will make even more and more importance. So having said that, I would like to thank everyone who are present, especially Mr. Mathur, where he took and he advised us to bring everybody on table, and I think we are here on the day. Possibly whole day would be quite busy, quite, I would say, more collaborative, what we are looking at. Of course, we have our own fights in terms of the way we have developed over time. Tushar is laughing, but yeah, we all know that it's not easy, as Mr. Vittal already said about it. Again, I would like to thank, next one is Ms. Charu. We have been interacting also on other forum where possibly EEQCO is another forum where we see most of the low voltage guys and switchgear guys who are interested and talking about it. Having said that, I would like to come back again topic what Mr. Vijay Mittal said about machine safety. The way we see automation happening today in our industrial plant, be it automotive, be it even low voltage switchgear, where we are implementing industry 4.0 or 5.0, the machine safety will become more and more crucial today. Not just on the machine especially, but also the ecosystem related to machine, where the machine, human and machine interface will be more working in collaboration. So when I look at industry 5.0, where cobots are working with human without having a, let's say, peripheral difference between a boundary, it becomes even more important that we look forward more on such kind of implementation. Coming to certification side, I would again thank Mr. Pasrija. I think everybody is trying to reach him or his department, and at the moment we see a good support coming in, and again I would like to thank, and the way the day progress, I think the networking will become even more important, that how we take up our topic and our suggestions and also implementation part. Then comes to Mr. Vasudev Murthy. I think we are interacting many times, many days. Luckily, he's in Bangalore, so I am also Bangalore. So we talk about it. And again, I will thank to him on the way CPRI is also implemented. Having said that, he talked about some of the challenges like DC, high voltage performances on LV side. I think these are something what we are looking as an industry, and we will look for it. And having acknowledged that, we look forward that such kind of things will be coming soon. And thanks for acknowledging and taking it forward on this side of understanding. And finally, if I talk about Mr. Nitin, I think as LV chairman, I think a lot of initiative, lot of deliberation, where we see that we all came to on same page and trying to be more and more focused. After that, I would like to thank everyone, mostly a lot of technical committee, what they have done. I can tell you, Mr. Vittalji, that a lot of time each manufacturer came up and take a lead for discussion. And this is very good initiative what we see within the forum, that it is not single person driven. It is more like individual ownership, or you can say more about own initiative to come forward and take that. And finally, EEMA, I think being a guiding force, being a collaborative, giving a space also sometime for common meeting with many of us, and also more important, initiating lot of meetings, or you can say discussion, and also about initiating about what is pending, what to be focused. So overall, I would like to thank everyone coming over here. Let's make this day very, very interactful. Also, I think there are bosses here sitting. They will be definitely listening you, and of course, we are going to work upon and see how do we progress. As you said, the objective is to comply, to come to a regulation time, and at least let's come to very close to the regulatory time what has been implemented or given next 6 months of extension, so that we can comply within those forums. So thank you everyone, I would say, and once again, let's have the good fruitful day for discussion and collaboration. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Charu ma'am and Nitin sir to kindly honor our guest with the green mementos. First to Bijay Mittal sir. Thank you, sir. To Mr. HJS Pasricha, sir. To Mr. Vasudev Murthy, sir.
He gets the biggest ones.
To Mr. Devchandra Kuril, sir. To Mr. Nitin Rastogi, sir. Thank you so much for making this inauguration ceremony a success. Thank you. Yeah, group photo. So please, photograph, yeah. Okay, thank you. I request all the guests to please kindly take their seats. Let's tea break. Yeah. We can resume our first session number 1, industry session, after the tea break. Yeah.
Today, electricity is an indispensable part of our lives. So much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries, including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat. and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है।
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at EEQCO 2025. EEQCO is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. EEQCO is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, in the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, EEQCO 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, and automation. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at EEQCO 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. EEQCO promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the EEQCO experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at EEQCO 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of EEQCO 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at EEQCO 2025.
Excellence is doing ordinary things extraordinary well. At Havells, ethos of excellence is ingrained in everything that we do. And that is precisely why Havells is the first choice with its customers across India. In the industrial sector, Havells has a proven track record of more than 50 years, with its wide range of low-voltage products. With innovation at the core of all operations, Havells is always a step ahead of the competition. Havells' range of low-voltage switchgears and control gears are widely used in power distribution and industrial applications to control and protect electrical equipment against overload, short circuit, earth faults, and to provide basic control functions such as starting and stopping. Havells, two of a total of 13 best-in-class manufacturing facilities at Saibabad and Faridabad, are dedicated for manufacturing low-voltage switchgear and control gears under its vision of Make in India. Havells contractors provide convenience, economic benefit, and are highly reliable for various industrial control system applications. Havells' vision is to provide unmatched quality industrial products to its customers and is committed to ensure smooth running and low downtime to their processes and operations.
today, electricity is an indispensable part of our lives. So much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries, including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat, and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Hello. I request all the delegates. Session number 1. I once again repeat, please kindly take your seats. We are about to start our session 1. अभी बंद किया होगा ना, अभी टी ब्रेक है, so that's why. बोलो ना हाँ. नहीं. So now we can proceed to our first session by IEEMA. I invite Mr. Suresh Detalu and Mr. Rahul Srivastav to kindly join us on dais for the industry presentation. Mr. Suresh Detalu. He has 32 years of experience in low voltage switch gears, wiring devices, wire mesh trays, UPS. He also holds expertise in end-to-end quality assurance product certifications for different standards marks, that is BIS, NF, CCC and system certifications, standardizations and regulations for Legrand India. He is also a member of technical committee of BIS ETD 14, ETD 20, ETD 31 and 39. And also a member of MHI technical subcommittees working on quality control orders and also engaged in technology transformers programs with different countries, France, Italy and Turkey and Poland. Welcome you, sir. Also, I welcome Mr. Rahul Srivastav. He is an accomplished technocrat with over 17 years of experience in low voltage switchgear industry. He is having broad spectrum of experience in product management, new product development. He is a key contributor in the field of lab accreditations, assessment, critical testing, and type testing. He is well-known figure in the International Electrotechnical Commission, IEC community, and active involvement in BIS ETD 07 and 35. We welcome both of you, sir. Now I welcome Mr. Suresh Detalu, sir. Please give a big round of applause. Yeah.
Good morning to all. Dignitary present in the today's session, expert speakers and esteemed participant of today's workshop on quality control order. I am delighted to present you a background and journey of quality control order, as well as role of IEEMA core committee in developing grouping guideline as well as FAQs. Quality control order itself is a very unique in nature due to its vast scope as well as the expectation from the stakeholders in the implementation phase of the quality control order. Generally, quality control orders are, whenever they are released, the committees are not formed, but because of the scope and wide scope of these quality control orders, the technical committees and subcommittees were formed. Quality control orders are released by line ministry, in this case, Ministry of Heavy Industry. The primary objective is to protect consumers from the substandard product quality. It is also to protect consumers from the safety of the and the market regulation, global standard alignment. It is very important to communicate to the customer about the quality of the product, and the ISI mark is doing this job. These quality control orders actually covers 8 standards within the series of IEC 6094 series. So it can be considered equating to the implementation of 8 quality control orders. So when we see the journey of quality control order, it started with the WTO notification, which was released on 29th July 2020. This is for the feedback. It is a normal procedure which is adopted by the ministry and the BIS. First notification was released in the form of Electrical Equipment Quality Control Order 2020 in November 2020 with the target date of November 2021. And the last notification is released in May 2024. However, in between there was extension for the 6 months, and later on this quality control order was modified in the form of Electrical Equipment Quality Control Amendment Order 2023. However, during that time, whole world was impacted by COVID pandemic. And so India's operations were also impacted by COVID pandemic. India experienced national lockdown periods between March 20 to 22. However, the industry's impact was furthermore, and normally it lasted up to March 2023. Significant impact on the industry was reduction in the market demand, workforce management, disturbance, new projects and investments were on hold, health and safety issues of the workers, loss of skilled workers. And all these impacted the working of quality control order implementation. So even though the IEEMA, through their core committees, collaborated with Ministry and BIS for the different stages of implementation of quality control order, it was really, did not move in a way it was expected, and it was expressed by Mr. Mittalji during his speech also. Real work started in March 2020, after March 2023, when the electrical equipment quality control first amendment order was released. And then the IEEMA started collaborated with the Ministry of Heavy Industry and BIS on various topics. And they made a presentation to Ministry of Heavy Industry, BIS, about the challenges. So electrical equipment quality control order, amendment first order was released in a phased manner for the phased manner implementation for ISO IEC 60947-2 products, starting from 10th May 2023. So it was the phase manner implementation only for 60947-2 products. So we can say it was a development and evolving phase for the implementation process of quality control order. And now we are in the action phase where the most of the actions from the stakeholders like BIS, applicants, labs are in place. So when we take the recap of the quality control orders work done by all stakeholders, it started with May 2020 by IEEMA making a presentation to Ministry of Heavy Industry, and they anticipate some of the actions, which include that they have anticipated that actually this is the 8 quality control orders, and they have suggested the action plan for the phase-wise implementation of all the standards implementation. Also, they requested CPRI and BIS approved lab to adopt the IEC CB scheme. They also mentioned that strong ecosystem already exists between the customer and the manufacturer. And with this, they have requested ministry to nominate and form a technical committee, which was formed on June 2021. The journey continues, and the work we have, IEEMA and technical committee member came up with the various alternatives. They tried the various scenarios which can be helpful for the implementation of quality control order. But then we discovered that if we go with the scheme 2, which is the original scheme for the implementation of quality control order, it would have been required to implement testing, certification. It could have taken 65 years for the 9 manufacturer samples for which we have prepared the fact sheet. Then we suggested BIS to recognize the manufacturer's labs so that the labs, there can be more labs for the testing, and then it can be possible to reduce the testing time. And we have indicated that the scheme 2 was not feasible, considering the number of years it could have taken for the testing. Subcommittees were formed by Ministry of Heavy Industry in November 2021 for the monitoring and implementation part of quality control order. We had several meetings of technical subcommittees and main committees, more than 16 meetings till now. And then there are various actions taken by the stakeholder, Bureau of Indian Standard, Ministry of Heavy Industry, and the subcommittee. Bureau of Indian Standard evolved Scheme 10, which is allowing manufacturers lab testing. Then guidelines for grant of license is issued by BIS for Scheme 10, which gives detail for the Scheme 10 about implementation, then the responsibility of the various processes of Scheme 10. Product manual is already issued for -2 product. Guideline for steps to be followed for Scheme 10, and BIS portal for application. Foreign Manufacturers Certification Scheme application clarification is given by BIS to some extent. LRS scheme training was organized by Bureau of Indian Standards so that the manufacturers can apply for their labs approval under LRS scheme. And we know there are few labs which are certified under this scheme, which are actually manufacturer's lab. Very important was that when we evolved the grouping guideline and simplified guideline, their interpretation is there in the minutes of meeting, which is released by Minister of Heavy Industry, but which are not accessible to all the manufacturer. So it was necessary to evolve through FAQs, which can be published by ministry and which can be used whenever there is a need for the clarification or some question, some doubt by the manufacturer and applicant. So FAQs were evolved by the technical committees and subcommittees. This validation is already done by BIS. We had 2 meetings with BIS on the validation of FAQs. And subsequently, there are 27 FAQs published by Ministry of Heavy Industries. Subcommittee evolves the fact sheet estimation and the time reduced from 65 years to 2 years and maybe around 2 years. So this was presented to Ministry and it becomes now viable to have the scheme 10 and implementation for the quality control order. And that is how the phase manner implementation was published. The notification was published by Ministry of Heavy Industry in the form of first amendment. And now for the subsequent all standard, the phase-wise implementation plan is given by in the second amendment order 2024. Now when we see the bird eye view of the actions for implementation, normally the stakeholders are ministry who issues the notification for the QCO, then the product alignment by the manufacturer, if there is a requirement to align, improve, modify the design of the product to match the standard requirement or to confirm the standard requirement. Product testing by the labs, BIS approved lab, BIS application and BIS approval. So these are the important steps. And we can see the manufacturer, MHI and the BIS, the actions are they were 100%. So we have not came across any manufacturer who still now we have not heard about that they have done any changes in their design or product. So they were already complying with that. So the actions were required to test the product so that the reports can be submitted to BIS for getting the certification. But with the grouping guidelines, the initial stage which we estimated the BIS labs, approved labs were around 25% of the capacity, then it improves to 50% and now we are at the 75%. Why we say 75%? Because today also EEMA tests are not available in any of the labs. Some of the important features of the grouping guidelines, circuit breaker with trip releases having different features, so it is a simplification. If product is series is tested with the trip releases with maximum highest setting, then all variants will be covered. 1 or 2 or 3 poles, 4 pole is tested, 2 pole is covered for the testing. 2 pole is tested, then single pole is covered for, no testing is required for single pole. Multiple short circuit breaking capacity at highest UV voltage, if it is tested, it will cover all UV voltages. Similarly, if the maximum short circuit capacity product is tested, it will cover all the short circuit series of the products. There were 47 FAQs, 27 are published, and interpretation is referred in the minutes of meeting. But key FAQs are, when to test the product manufactured outside India, they are given in the 27 FAQs published by Ministry of Heavy Industry. There are few more yet to be published by BIS or Ministry of Heavy Industry. But there are some points I am mentioning here. Where to test the product manufactured outside India. So product can be tested in their own lab or in BIS approved lab or their subsidiary labs in India. If circuit breaker with multiple U rated voltage rating and multiple short circuit breaking capacity is to be tested, what is the consideration? If product is tested at highest UV voltage with corresponding highest breaking capacity, all range of operational voltages are covered. So these are the FAQs which will be clarified, which will give clarification once all FAQs are published. As we know, all the standards in the second amendments are with the phase-wise implementation, and these are the so from 10th May 2025, the targets are 10th November 2024 and up to 10th May 2028 for all IS IEC 60947-2 to -5 product. So I request Mr. Rahul to take further on the challenges and the status. Thank you.
Thank you, Sureshji. So, first, good morning all to the all dignitaries available in this forum. Gaurav Joshi sir, Tusharji from MHI, Mr. Suryanarayan from BIS, his team, Piyushji, Rahulji, and Venkateshji. Also from the CPRI lab, Sarita Dongre ma'am is here. I know all of you, so that's my responsibility to say yes, thank you. Pathak sir, Roy sir, thank you. From the CPRI, Vasudev Murthy ji, Pathanji from the ERDA, Munaf from the ERDA, and Madhusudan from UL. Yes, so already we have covered the journey as so far, that what's the journey is there and how's the QCO is now at what stage. So the reflection you can see here from this broader view, the reason why it's the broader view, because it needs to sensitize to the industry also the labs also which are available here. There's a quantum of work for the deadline for the 10th May 2025. The 10th November 2024, surely it's an extension order, so we are prepared, or we can say that almost 50 or 60% work is already done, and that's the reason we got this extension till November. But now the time is running, and in Siemens it's a very famous thing that we always count the time in terms of hours. So normally for 1 year we say 1900 hours, or working close to 1700 hours. So from starting, today we can say almost 1700 hours, sir. Gaurav Joshi sir is laughing, I know. It's very difficult to accommodate the 1700 hours to have this horizontal deployment of all standards. That's critical, that's a serious job we need to do it. Because the reason is, you can see in the vertical columns the product categories, but in the horizontal column the quantum of work for each standard. And surely for 4-2 and 4-3, we always say that it's the all rating. The reason why it has been there in the all ratings, because from the IEEMA side or from the manufacturing side, it has been said that yes, the manufacturers are not from the local market. Global manufacturers are there, or global players are there. But in that case also, the pressure, or we can say the load on the labs, if it has to be done in India or if it has to be done in the foreign labs also, it's very high. The quantum of work you can see in the horizontal line, 10th May 2025, almost all standards are there. And the first part is most important part when we are going to handle it. Because the circuit breaker, the first phase, which we have now extended up to 10th November 2024, we got the extension. So that phase almost took 1.5 year. And now we are expecting to complete all these phases in 1 year. 1700 hours, I am giving a rough idea. So how many products you have, you can figure it out independently and you can plan accordingly. So that's the reason to sensitize industry and also the labs. I heard also some labs that yes, the samples are not there, or maybe the samples have not delivered there. So the reasons are different. What's the reasons we have, we will surely cover into the next slide. For these 4-2 and 4-3, that's, I would say, surely the thanks to MHI. The reason is that now for these two verticals, the foreign labs or manufacturing foreign labs are approved. So that means if anyone have these product portfolios from their foreign counterparts, they are covered. They are covered means that the process has to be followed in terms of BIS, if I would say. That means the application process, submission of the test reports, factory assessment even also, and then finally the labs, the testing can be skipped because the facilities are not available as of now in the current infrastructure in India. So this is only the exemption, or we can say that the flexibility right now which MHI has given to us. For EMI-MC test, you can see very easily that from all 2026 in the horizontal lines are there. And I think these EMI-MC facilities are available, but yes, very limited capacities is available. If we see the EMI-MC facilities available, so right now at least I know personally 2 or 3 labs. Even the single lab is not having the all facilities of testing all EMI-MC tests at one lab. So that's also a one point to discuss with BIS, that how to handle this EMI-MC test. Now going to the next slide, it's a broader view how to handle the scheme 10. Surely scheme 10 have a lot of flexibility in terms compared to the other schemes available in the BES range, but scheme 10 have the flexibility also, but it's also the new one. So most of the industry are new to this scheme and they are not knowing that what's the process are there. So many documents are available surely on the BIS portal. We have this workshop today also from the BIS colleagues to, giving the overview for this scheme 10, but the steps are broadly defined here. So the first step is normally the technical file. I would not say submission, it's an error, it's a technical file preparation, basically. Why the technical file preparation? I will also come to that point, because there are 2 or 3 parts, I would say roughly, in case of the different manufacturing. One is we have the local manufacturing, domestic manufacturer we are there, most of them. Then the path would be different. If we have the foreign manufacturer, the path would be different. The third element is if we have the reports already available. So the path would be different. How is the path is different? I will confirm. When we say the technical file preparation or submission, that means if we have all the reports available with us, that means the test has been already completed. Then we can say is a technical file submission, because all the data is available, whatever requirements or prerequisite from BIS is available, then we can submit it through the online portal, which we call as a Manak portal in terms of domestic consumers. For that, we can submit the complete technical file in one go, and then it is okay. The process is different if we won't have the test report. Then we have to go to the technical file application. Then it's changed from submission to application preparation. So that means we have to submit some of the prerequisite except the test reports to the Manak portal, generate the QR code, select the lab, whatever present in that standard, and then we have to do the complete testing of the products. Testing means that it will take maybe 4 months, 3 months, depends on the product portfolios. Then the third steps will be there, submission of all test reports. So that complete stage, first step, second step, and third step, either it is a common step or it may be a discrete step. Depends on availability of test reports or depend upon the product portfolios. So this is one point which we need to be optimized, or we request BIS to give the more clarity on this topic. Because if we won't have reports, then we have to submit the technical file only, and then only through QR code, the test has to be done in the third-party labs or maybe in the manufacturer's lab. So these are the 2 paths even for the domestic customer. But surely the good point is here, or I would say the flexibility in Scheme 10, if the reports are available from the last 5 years, then we can go directly for the technical file submission. So there is no requirement. Directly jump to the factory assessment, that is the 4th step. The 4th step is the factory assessment, but I'll come later. The next thing is the foreign manufacturer, how we handle the foreign manufacturer in this scheme. The foreign manufacturer is also a different process, because that's not the online process, that's the offline process. My colleague is sitting here from FMCD. So yes, a lot of support, but they also have a lot of constraints also, because the reason why, because it has to be submitted into the hard copies. So if any one document out of maybe 100 plus document, if you forgot, and then your application is always in the review. Yes, surely they will communicate to you, but this is a chain of communication between the manufacturer and the FMCD. So that took a lot of time for this FMCD to at least review this file. Second thing important is here, you can submit the application fees directly with the application file for the foreign manufacturer, but the process for the final payment, which is close to, if I am right, somewhere close to $5,000, correct? Somewhere $5,000, then the mail or the communication you will receive from the FMCD, this need to be paid. And this is in the dollar payment, so that means the authorized Indian representative from India cannot pay any payment for the dollar payment. You have to pay it through your counterpart wherever in the global available. So that payment time also took a lot of time, because we as an MNCs or as a small company or maybe any company has a lot of compliances also. Why the foreign manufacturers is paying a lot of dollars to the Indian government, and when it is government, the compliance comes always in the pictures. We know from the industry. So that's again the one roadblock, how to do it. So if it is possible to optimize this process in the FMCD, that directly while during the submission of application, we got the details, okay, that's the application number, you can submit that much amount, because normally the amount is fixed, what I understood from last 3 of my application, that the amount is almost fixed. If amount is fixed, then the optimization is possible here, and if directly we know the amount, then we can directly request to a foreign counterpart, do it with the application. So that means they can do the application fees, whatever it is, $10, $15, because it is equivalent to 2000 INR. Then directly if they can do this process or integration is possible, then it will be a very simplified. As of now, it's simplified, but now within the low voltage switchgear portfolio, it seems very complex process for us. Once you are away from these all steps, then this is a factory assessment process. Again, the factory assessment, in case of domestic, it's very fast. I would surely say that yes, appreciate to BIS, it's very fast. Within 30 days, the application will be reviewed and you will get the appointment from the factory auditor. But for the foreign manufacturers, again, it's a trouble, because the auditor is to be aligned within the BIS by a lot of meetings, or maybe the council meeting at the apex level, and then finally the auditor is there. But after this, the process of getting the visa, because as an industry, we may have the visa for all the countries, but it's not everywhere possible, and especially for the BIS auditors. It will take, again, next 1 month. We know that in the May, the visa is not a simple job. So that again added 2 months. So all in all, if we see for the FMCD or foreign manufacturer from step 1 to step 4, it's normally 4 months. You can figure it out, that how we can do this process. If we have more than 30 plus application, that means 4 months. Either we can do everything in parallel, or we may overload the BIS, but yes, if the simplification is there, then it surely help us a lot. And finally, the grant of license. So that's for the mandatory steps. Now, the more important things, the key topics. Why I have mentioned the key topics, not the challenges, because I think the important or appropriate word is the key topics. The challenges are always there. As Mr. Pashricha also said, as Mittal sir also said, that this is a journey. If it is a journey, then it will have a lot of efforts. It may have a hiccups also in the future. But the key steps which we as a collaborative partner with BIS, with MHI need to resolve, these are some of the key points. Somewhere we are very in good shape, but somewhere we need to find out the solution. As an industry, we have a lot of solutions, we have a lot of suggestions also. So for example, the simplified guidelines for the circuit breaker. So this is done. We all know that this guidelines is available. And very important or worth to know that many of our colleagues, even from industry and from the labs also, they understood that simplified guidelines means that we are having the exemption. Sorry, this is not an exemption. This is a simplification. You will not get any exemption from the testing. All sequences has to be done. All tests are covered. MHI and BIS, believe me, they know standards very well from us. So they have drafted it very well. Any sequence, any important thing is not left out from this guidelines. Only the simplification. And why the simplification? Somebody may ask, it's in the standard also. Yes, it's in some standard, not in all standards there. If you see, if you go for the contactor standard 4-1, if you go for the 5-1, if you go for the 4-2, there is no guidelines, because that depends on the regulator, or that depends on the basically the conformity assessment scheme who is handling that how they design the test plan, because you may have 100 samples, somebody may have 1000 samples. So how to do it, that's more important. So that simplification is the guidelines. So as of now, only one guideline is released, but the other guidelines are in discussion. Surely I hope that by this month, this guidelines will be done, because as of now, my 1600 hours is running, yeah, and 1 month pass means 150 hours to Sharji. Yeah, so that minus 150. So even in the next meeting, we will talk always in the hours. This minus 150 hours goes to MHI. So that guidelines we need surely, because simplification we required. If we go directly by the standard, because this is the Bible or Gita, If we go directly with the standard, then it's almost as good as, the new certification. And for the new certification for the products which are available in the market from last 10, 15, 20 years also, it may not required. We need to test maybe 2,000 samples in one lab. So that's important to release these guidelines. The next topic is also by my fellow colleagues in IEEMA. They wanted to address this topic. So this topic is very important of dual standard. This topic may not be very visible in India, but this is possible in Europe, and this is also possible in the other continents also. That there are two cases of the dual standard. Case one is very common for the MCB, where only the same product is applicable for the part 2, that means the circuit breaker application, and the same MCB is also applicable for the 60898, that's the domestic application. So if these two schemes are there, Kurilji said you have. So, okay. So if this is the case, then how to handle it? As of now, we are looking forward for the guidelines. We already discussed with the BIS. BIS has a very positive response as of now, that they may have this topic in their mind, and they gave us the solution probably today or maybe in the coming days. The case 2 would be also that for the same product, we could have the two standards from the same scheme. That means from the same scheme means when I say, then it's a scheme 10. So, for example, MPCB. MPCB, we know that it's also for the circuit breaker standard and also for the 4-1. It's a switching device also. Earlier, this animal is in the 4-1, but due to the IEC discussion, it comes into the part 2 also now. So, when it is in the part 2, that means we have both standard on the same device. So, do we print 2 license number? Why 2 license number? Because the standard is changed, then definitely the license will be different. The testing is different. So, do we need to print 2 license number? Do we need to have these 2 schemes on the same product? In the case 1, there's a conflict that can we put two different schemes on the same product? How to handle it, that we are looking forward. So, that's why I have kept it in the clarity. That clarity we are looking forward. Surely, as from the European partners, we have a lot of suggestions also, but that depends, that because I think that we have discussed this topic with BIS also. The next part is the accessories and the spares. This is also in mind for many of the IEEMA members, that what to do about the accessories and spares. Because when we are importing the devices, then we are also importing the accessories and the spares and also the sub-assemblies, we can say. Something is missing here also. So how to handle it? Because it's clear, for me it's clear, for some of the experts who are the member of the core committee, for them this is clear that yes, the QCO is for the product standard, not for the accessories. Wherever it is required to test it, this needs to be tested. But that doesn't mean the testing is different part and the certification is the different part. That won't require to have the marking on these two. If I am wrong, BIS will correct me here. So this is clear. Surely FMCD I have already covered in my last slide. I don't want to bother too much to Venkatesh, otherwise he will stop my files. Yeah. So yes, we have a good support from BIS. Yes, but yes, the process is surely a cumbersome process. So it's out of control. We have discussed with Pashrita ji also that the process need to be optimized. And the main elements of this process is that the payment in the equivalent dollar. Most of the IEEMA members or maybe many of the manufacturers won't know that how to handle it. And even in the manufacturing also there are 2-3 categories, if you know. That one category is that the manufacturers whose partners are available in India, like we, Siemens, Schneider and ABB. The other category would be that their own partners are available, they have only the sales office. And the third category is entirely different, that they are directly coming to India for the market. So how to handle them also? Because as a partner from the domestic manufacturing, we know how to simplify the scheme and how to do the testing. Because in FMCD, everything needs to be done first. Testing has to be done first and then goes to the department for submitting the report. That's why most of the applications are not there into their department. But yes, how to clarify that what the testing is manufacturer has finalized is correct or not. So that also we are looking forward if BIS can help us in this topic. The last one is the inclusion guideline. That's very important thing. Yes, as of now, I asked that if there is any guidelines, because for scheme 1, inclusion guidelines are there. For the other schemes, the guidelines are there. Do the same horizontal deployment is there, or is there any change for the inclusion? Because that means if any factory X factory have done the some n number of products for the certification. What about the n+1? Because everything cannot be done at the same time, so what about the other products? So this inclusion guidelines, as the apex level, we know the BIS has the framework for this. But for the scheme 10, whether this is different or it is the same or how to it is, that's, we are looking forward for that. Yes, very important topics. In tea break, we discussed this topic. Technical challenges. So technical challenges, very specific. I know I have not covered everything here in the technical challenges because then it may be too technical for many of us. The technical challenges is, some examples are there on the broader side. For example, these technical, why we call it a technical challenges. The reason is then if they are not covered in any of the lab, or whether they are not feasible in any of the Indian labs. So for example, the higher short circuit breaking capacity at 690 volts, 200 kiloampere, 150 kiloampere, yes. The quantum may be less, but these are there. These ratings are there surely for all the multinational companies, yeah. Yeah, it is more now because coming to in the phase 2, it will be more. How to handle these ratings, whether we are getting direct exemption or how to handle it, because these ratings are not feasible in any Indian labs. The labs are available here, so I have done my homework. For the special ratings, special rating, why we call it a special rating? Because the 4-pole, even the theirs are there. We have defined to do the 4-pole testing, which will cover normally indirectly the 3-pole. But in the 4-pole, as we say that in the standard, is very clearly mentioned that first do the short circuit test on the 3 phases, and then on the last phase as well as an adjacent pole. So that's very critical ratings. Yeah. For example, 138 volt, because this is a 60% as per standard. How to handle these ratings? 120 gate, 139, because these ratings even not possible in our lab also, in Siemens lab. Because this is a very explicit rating. It has to be done maybe in a star or maybe in delta. I mean, that's not very feasible to change the transformer's secondary windings. So that's a special rating, how to handle these ratings, the phase neutral test. And whenever these ratings you need to test it in the 4-pole case, that always comes into the picture, whether it is part 2, whether it is part 3, 4-1, anywhere. In 4-pole cases, this will be always there. If it is a smaller rating, it is quite often, it is okay. But if it is a higher rating, how to do it? That's important question. The last one is the lower rating. Lower rating means that because nowadays as MPCB is included into the circuit breaker, so that means the 1 ampere rating or 0.5 ampere rating. Yeah? We may have a contactor also 0.6 ampere. Then 0.6 ampere at 690 volt, I suppose, and I am very good in my homework, that no labs are capable to do that, at least as of now in India. 0.5 ampere, 690 volt, short circuit is possible because short circuit rating is always higher, 100 kiloampere or maybe 50 kiloampere, whichever, it's possible. But how to handle the post test? Partial testing is also not feasible because BIS won't accept the partial test report. That means we can do only the short circuit test and submit the report. What about the post testing and pre-testing? Operational performance test, where we have to do it? So that's again a challenge. So these are challenges where we are requesting BIS to please have some guidelines, to please give the clarity. Industry is here to support you, to give more of the cases like this, what we have framed out. Our purpose is here not to roadblock, our purpose is to support you. But yes, these are the technical challenges. We, from many of our colleagues are the experts sitting in IEC, sitting in BIS ETD 07, they will surely support you, but the answers we are seeking forward. Because again, the 1600 hours are there. So we need the clarity as fast as possible. Foreign manufacturing test reports acceptance, yes. So this is also one important point, that who will review these reports, okay? If any X company have the reports for 4-2 and 4-3, was what I understood from the last many of the meetings with all the stakeholders, this 4-2 and 4-3 is not very, aware in our labs as well as in the experts area. So how we have to handle it? Foreign manufacturing labs review. So the reports are available, and always the foreign reports are available to the corresponding IECs, not to the harmonized standard of IEC. This is very important and very request to BIS, because the reports, from when we say the reports are acceptable from the foreign soil, then the foreign soil always have the reports from the IEC. It's not from the harmonized standard, because IEC is worldwide acceptable. So how to handle it? The last is very important topic, because the time is less. My colleagues are showing me the watch, but yes, the last topic is very important. The HSN code topic for the customs. Here, two elements, two cases. I think we had one discussion with the ministry and customs DG was there in that meeting. He asked some clarity, and I think industry is on the way to give the clarity. But the point is also very important here, that how we cover these 2 points. One thing is the circuit breaker category, which HSN codes or MHI used to block these after the deadline. So that we wanted the clarity. The reason being, there are different codes in the DGFT guidelines for the circuit breaker even also. 85620, 85, somebody that told me 8538 also. Some are using. So normally 8536, the category for these low voltage devices, but 10, 20, 30, 40, these are the, the last 4 digits there. So which category you are using, please confirm to us which SHN codes you are using to block after May or after November. Even this year, if we say, then after November. Let us know for this, so that would be very important, because the reason being that some of the manufacturers are also importing the sub-assemblies and accessories under this code, because 853620 is a very generic code, and always most of the manufacturers are importing these accessories and sub-assemblies. When we say sub-assemblies, it is very important and worth to understand to BIS and MHI that sub-assemblies means that we are importing some part of the circuit breaker. We means industry. Many of our industry are importing the circuit breaker or maybe the contactor as a sub-assembly only. It looks like the product, but it won't act as a product, because product definition is that if you directly open the box, you can use it for the application. So that not the here status. So it means the sub-assembly is there. You need to have some value addition in the local company. You need to do the routine testing. You have a desired space for that, but that's always called sub-assembly. So up to now, most of the manufacturers are also imported the sub-assemblies under this code. So if there are clear guidelines, please let us know. We wanted to hear from you. The second case, very important, identification of same HSN codes. Whatever HSN codes are there, yes, but how you block in the month of November 2024. Let's say very quick example of November 2024. The same breaker is rated for 630 ampere, and same breaker or the higher frame size in the same family is for 2000 ampere. So how the custom will know which breaker is to be blocked? Because the HSN codes are common. So whether it's a technical parameter, whether it's any provision to have a technical parameter, when the last meeting it was discussed to have some technical parameters there, so that custom would understand how to block these after November. Because it will be too chaotic after the month of November that lot of products will be, backlogged at the customs. So that's our request from industry side. Please give us the clarity. Its process is ongoing, because that process is already started, but we need the clarity for these products. So that's all from my side. Sorry for 2 minutes delay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rahul sir and Suresh sir, for deliberating the perspective of industry. We thank you so much for that. Now I request, now the session is open for the question answer session. Participants may ask questions directly to Rahul and Suresh sir.
We are not the right, but then probably you can direct the questions, and we can have some suggestive way of asking you, sir. Joshi sir, and then Mr. Rahul sir.
We have question at the back.
For example, I will take the last what Rahul has presented as a HSN code. It could be a very big issue. Normally what is followed in the other QCO, in the case of other QCOs like Steel Ministry, because HSN code is a very big topic, and we are trying to differentiate between the HSN code. It will be good to have the similar system like Ministry of Steel. What they do, they have a technical committee, maybe how many members we don't know, and the applicant write it to them with the detail, and they confirm whether it is under the purview of the QCO or not. It very easily and since last more than 3 years it is implemented. So is our suggestion. This was the questions from the member. Yeah, please.
Yeah, first question, please.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for this great presentation, which clarified many points. In fact, I think all the manufacturers are going through similar, queries, technical challenges, etc. In fact, I have multiple questions. Probably I'll restrict myself to 2 questions. One, I think in your first slide you are speaking about different version of standard, right? But the latest QCO, which is released May this year, I think most of the standards are harmonized with 2020 or 2018 version. I still see 2011, 2014 version. So which one we need to follow? The reason is today we have a challenge because today there is no lab which is accredited with 2020 or 2018 version. We don't have any labs.
Okay.
Be it manufacturer's lab or external lab, we don't have any labs which is accredited with the latest standard. And if you really wanted to go for, it's basically for -3, -4, -5 standards. So that's question number one, if someone can clarify. Then question number two, it's on FMCS. In fact, with FMCS, at least with the first set of interaction which we had with BAS, what we understood, the process is not exactly the same. That means we cannot do the testing until the factory inspection or the visit of BAS auditor goes to the foreign plant, and then he has to pick up the samples. This is what we hear at least several times from BAS, from FMCS department. So if someone can clarify what is the actual process for FMCS, I think that will help. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the BS can respond, but the first question is, your first question is that the IS and IC standard. Today, Indian standard are harmonized with IC standard, and the harmonization year is much prior to whatever is followed in IC. Am I right? Yeah. That is the question. Normally ET07 is a technical committee which formulate the standards. Okay. And the formulation of standard is not exactly aligned with the IC whenever they publish the new amendment or the new standard. So
I'm not speaking about IEC, I'm speaking about IS standard. There is a lot of difference between...
You are right. Because the QCOs were released maybe 2 years or 3 years before, and it mentioned that you have to refer the latest Indian standard.
Yeah, it's the latest standard. I think there is a revision in that. Already MHI has done the revision in their QC order, and there are the new harmonized standards in that. As far as concerned of IS IEC, not the IEC standard.
The question is different. The latest standards are not adopted by the labs where NABL accreditation is required. That is the question.
That was
correct.
Suppose if QCO is released with 2016 or 2014, if the QCO order is released with 2020, labs first need to go for accreditation. Right?
Correct. Yeah.
Then only it is possible. Otherwise, it will be old standard.
Correct. So that question basically goes to the lab. How they are handling it. We are not the right person. As far as concerned, the order has been there. The revision has been done in the order for the new standard. But for that, I think the labs can answer this question.
But Mr. Sudhakar, this point is also discussed in technical committee, and the synchronization is requested between the standard, latest standard, Indian standard, and whatever is accreditation by the lab. So probably today we are at a better position, but this topic is already discussed.
No, we are running against time, right?
The labs can answer this question. Yeah.
50 hours is consumed.
BS or lab? No.
So I think this question can be put during the next session, particularly on the BS. So we will put this question during that time, right? We can park this question.
The second question, what you ask that about the selection of samples from the foreign manufacturers, that is actually in the scheme 1. And this is not applicable to scheme 10. That means in scheme 10, the process is as simple as what we have for the domestic customer. Either you can test it in the Indian manufacturer's third-party lab or in the manufacturer's labs, but in India. That's very important in India. So it has to be done in India, and then the application has to be submitted to the FMCD department.
Yeah, that's right. I'm quite aware of scheme 1 process. But for scheme 10, when we approached FMCS department in BAS, the answer is exactly the same. So in fact, we asked them several times, can we start the testing? Even before the factory inspection has happened, but the answer is very similar to scheme 1.
I echo with you because I mean nobody can say that you start because it has to be started because the time is running. So we have to start the testing, we have to complete the testing and complete our process, the documentation part, and submit it to the FMCD. So no one stops us. That's also one thing.
I request you to kindly please let us know from which company you are associated with.
Sorry, I'm Ramakrishnan from Schneider Electric.
Schneider Electric, fine, thank you.
I think this BIS will also cover in the session the,
Yeah.
the process part for the FMCG.
Can we take the last question from? Yeah.
As rightly said, all those standards, the updated standard as per QCO order, has not been even implemented. So nobody can apply, even no laboratory can apply. That is an issue. But my question is another one. Now, whether splitting of sequences is permitted? Nowhere in the guidelines I could locate it anywhere. Now, so supposing a series of tests are going on, a lot of sequences are going on, one laboratory, because your volume of samples are very high.
Please take mic, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, volume of my voice is very high. So, number of samples are very high. Now, say supposing in some of the, depending on the capacity of the laboratory, one sequence they have gone in, but in between one sequence they have to go to CPRI or maybe some other laboratory. So, whether that kind of splitting within the sequence is possible, and not only that, in some cases, as you have rightly said, Rahul has said, that you have got 690 volt issue, then there are issues related to the lower capacity 240 volt, 150 kiloamps and all those issues. So supposing rest of the test I carry out in one laboratory, but only those tests I get carry out in other tests. So those kind of guidelines, I have not seen it, how it is going to be dealt with, because without that kind of flexibility, you won't be able to complete the sequencing. And whole things is...
You're right. So there are two possibilities in case of sequence. One thing is the sequence splitting. That means sequence 1 at one lab, sequence 2 at one lab. So this is possible. The flexibility is there in the scheme 10. Earlier it was not there in the scheme 2. So in scheme 10 it is possible to split the sequence. That means the different sequences. Now the case 2 is within the same sequence can be splitted. So this is not possible. As of now, this is not feasible.
the sequence can be split where it is written.
It is given in the BIS guidelines. Yeah, it is given.
Yeah, it's there. You,
So
can,
there are-
you can split the sequence 1 in one lab, sequence 2 in another lab. Likewise, you can do.
The sequence is, one sequence you have to do it in that particular level.
Lab.
But within the sequence,
It's not allowed. Not possible.
Okay, I've got a question.
Yeah.
Actually, if you are having MCBs which are rated for DC, especially for battery chargers, okay, there is no facility for testing the product at 48 volts or 60 volts DC, where we are marking the product for AC and DC. Only we can do the short circuit at 110 volts DC and electrical endurance at rated voltage. So in that case, what voltage rating we can give? And customers will not accept like short circuit at 110 volts DC and the electrical endurance at 68 volts DC. And some manufacturers specifically ask, my application voltage is 48 volts DC. I want only all the testing to be done at 48 volts DC. And second question is, suppose if I am having multiple marking on the product, we are deciding to go for higher voltage testing and correlate the ratings for the lower ratings. Now, when I go for 800 volts AC certification, we cannot do electrical endurance at 800 volts AC in none of the labs. Then how can we assign the ratings for the total sequences?
Yeah. So,
This we can also park it for the BS.
Yeah, we can park it, but this question, your first question is also valid for 60898 for MCB. Yeah, Tusharji.
Sir, first of all, let me clarify you 2 or 3 things about the quality control order itself. For part number 1, for what Sir is asking for, that India does not have some kind of a test capability. So appropriate exemption of 2 years, and if you count the first amendment, then the appropriate exemption of 3 years was given over there. That if you don't have the capacity, then build it up in 3 years. The deadline for those such kind of a test is 10th May 26, including EMMC and a special type of test in case of all categories. So it is there itself in the order, and we have kept the same in the second amendment as well. So the part number 1 is this. The second thing with respect to the HSN codes, so HSN codes...
what you say, it means that the test facility that is not available in India, you are giving an exemption for testing?
Not exemption, the relaxation. that you have to comply those tests by 10th May 26. This is there.
Yeah, I have got a case where that MCCB, the whole thing is there, but it's only the single phase, what is the rating, that is testing is not possible.
Sir, the thing is, if you carefully go with the phasing of this, so we have divided in terms of voltage, current and categories as well. So those things, those granularities you are looking at, those will be covered in the next sessions. Okay. So even if after those sessions you have any kind of a clarity, we are happy to answer your queries over there. So for that part, one thing I have to be clear over here, that FAQs are released and available on the MHI's website. In that particular FAQs, you will find each and every link with related to EEQCO. There are links and there are links available on that FAQs itself. If you carefully go through that, half of the queries, what you are asking over here, are already mentioned and they will get clarified over there.
Yeah, thank you to Mr. Tusharji for the clarification.
Sir, for one more part, regarding the HSN code. So the interpretation from the customs, or it is very clear that 8536 is a code for product, not the code for sub-assemblies, parts or anything otherwise. So those parts has to be covered under 8537 if you are making some product out of that, and if there are sub-assemblies, then those has to become under 8536. It is clearly mentioned on the description of the heads of that.
So I think
this is clearly said over there. Yeah. Sir, this was already shared with all the members and all the persons, and I think so it is available in the FAQ. If it is not, I will make sure that this will be over there, because if you remember, because let me tell you this part, that this clarity has already been by the customs to us, and we have discussed it during the discussion.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you so much, Tusharji and Rahul sir, Suresh sir, for the session 2.
And
now I request.
Last not but the least, just one second, sir. I need everybody's 24-hour to finish off the remaining guidelines. So grouping guidelines. So only 24-hour requires for us to finalize those guidelines and get it done with.
So I request Rahul sir, Suresh sir to kindly stay on the stage. We can have a group photograph. I request Chairman sir, Nitin sir to kindly come up on stage. I request Gaurav Joshi sir, Tushar sir to kindly come up on stage and have a group photograph, please. I also request Surya Narayana sir, please come up on stage. Vasudev Murthy sir, please come on stage. That's it, sir. Thank you so much. So now we can proceed to our second session, that is on BIS certification schemes for low voltage switchgear and control gears. To deliberate in this session, I invite Mr. Rahul Vishkarma and Ms. Anushri to kindly join us on dais. Mr. Rahul Vishkarma. Mr. Rahul has 8 years of experience in business in Bureau of Indian Standards. He holds additional certifications of auditor for IS, ISO, IEC 17025, general requirements for the competence of testing and calibration laboratories. Anti-bribery management system, information security, cyber security and privacy protection, information security management system requirements. We welcome you, sir. Next we have Ms. Anushri. She is a scientist C and taking care of LRMD. We welcome you, ma'am. I invite Mr. Rahul Vishkarma, sir, for the presentation.
Good morning, all, and my warm welcome to all the dignitaries present here. I am Rahul Viswakarma, Scientist C, presently posted in the Central Marks Department 3 of Bureau of Indian Standards. I am looking after the implementation of the Scheme 10 for the EEQCO project of BIS. Let me start with my presentation first. I will give you a brief overview of our BIS. Everyone knows this thing, but I should also remind, if any new members are there, that BIS headquarters is located in New Delhi. We are having 5 ROs, each at Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, Chandigarh and Delhi. We have 38 branch offices looking after the work of certification and other, along with our 8 owned testing laboratories all over the India. We have a dedicated training center known as the National Institute of Training and Training for Standardization, located at Noida, providing and imparting training to all the members and other in the field of standardization and QCOs. These are the few core activities of BIS, which includes standard formulation, conformity assessment scheme, which includes product certification, in which we are dealing with the Scheme 10 certification. We have management system certification, we have hallmarking, we have a CRSA scheme. We have also our laboratory services, we have consumer awareness and affairs and standard promotion activities and training also. Well, we start with the field of standardization. In the field of standardization, we have identified 16 sectors related to Indian industries and directly impacting our consumers. Presently, we have more than 22,000 of Indian standards in force that comprises of product specification, methods of test, code of practices, guidelines and vocabularies. The Indian standards encourages the culture of quality products and services in line with the national priorities through mandatory and voluntary compliance. These standards are developed with best international level practices followed in the standards development. These are the standards related to the LV switchgear and control gear that includes -1 60947, -1 2 3, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 5-5, 5-1, 6 5-2, 6. There are many more. I have just listed a few. We have our conformity schemes. Scheme 1, that is the ISI mark, you already know. And under that, we have more than 42,000 licenses operating all over the India. In Scheme 2, we have the registration scheme, known as the compulsory registration scheme. We have a Scheme 4 also, that is certificate of conformity, in which the retro-reflective bicycles and the CRGO course are being mandated. And we have the Scheme 10 certification, which all you are present to discuss here. I'll tell a brief about our BIS Act 2016, which has given our body the national the National Standards Body of India. Under this, the Section 16 authorizes our central government to issue technical regulations or the QCOs, which for the protection of human, animals and plant health, safety of environment, prevention of unfair trade practice and national securities. Under the Section 17 Act of BIS 2016, it prohibits to manufacture, import, distribute, sell, hire, lease or store or exhibit for sale if any QCO has been implemented. The quality control order are implemented in various stages. First, the draft QCO is prepared by our ministry or the line ministry in consultation with BIS. Then an elaborate stakeholder consultation on this draft QCOs are organized by the ministries. Then this draft QCO is hosted on the WTO portal at least for 60 days. If no comments come, then we notify the QCO through a minimum period of implementation, usually from 6 to 12 months. After the date of the QCO, for which the product has been notified, the manufacturing, import, distribution, sale, exhibit, those are not to be done in the Indian market. The QCOs and other regulations, you can easily find it on our website, bis.gov.in. This is the small link of our BIS website where you can find the list of QCOs that has been implemented. Coming to the EEQCO or the Electrical Equipment Quality Control Order. It was notified by the MHI under which 8 products of LV switchgear as per IEC 60947 series have been notified. Initially, it was notified under Scheme 2. Subsequently, it was notified under Scheme 10 through Amendment number 1 to the EEQCO brought in 2023. It has to be implemented in a phased manner. I will show you the phased manner, and the last date of implementation of phase 1 is 24th November 2024. These are the phased manner that already Rahulji and Sureshji has already spoken to you, that these QCOs have to be implemented, these products have to be implemented in a phased manner. Now, I will give you the overview of certification process under Scheme 10. First, what we have to do is identify the Indian standard that is applicable to your product. It may be -2, -3, -4, -1, anyone. Then you have to create your own profile on the Manak Online. As of now, we don't have a dedicated portal for the Scheme 10. Now we are going ahead with the scheme, with the Manak Online portal only, that is dedicated to Scheme 1. So after creating your profile, you have to generate a QR code, because the main term that has been referred in the Scheme 10 certification is the technical file. And the technical file always talks about the product compliance report. The product compliance report can only be given if you generate a QR code through the Manak Online and send your samples to the dedicated lab. We have given some relaxation in the product testing report, like 5-year relaxation to the type test report we have given. I will talk about that. But you have to first generate the QR code, then test your samples to the BIS approved lab or the manufacturer's approved lab. Then after the receipt of test report, you have to complete your technical file as per the technical file notified under the Scheme 10. All the details of technical file have been given there. After that, once you have prepared the technical file, you go and apply it on the Manak Online. While applying, you should take care that you have entered the complete details of the product. Then once this file has been received, BIS will review your file and subsequently will do the desk audit. After the completion of desk audit, if the same is found to be satisfactory, BIS will carry out an inspection at your firm or any other sites as applicable to access your manufacturing and testing capabilities and other declaration that has been submitted in the technical file. During the inspection, BIS will also test the samples in the factory for the test facilities available with you present at the factory. After successful evaluation of the desk and the field visit, the BO will process the application for grant of license, in which he or the BO will ask for payment of the charges. The charges have been notified by BIS, and that I will show you, and then the license will be generated. So Scheme 10 basically is based on, again, Type 4 certification of ISO IEC 17067 2023. Domestic manufacturers or the Indian manufacturers may apply it through Manak Online presently, that I have already said. For foreign, we don't have a dedicated portal as of now. We are preparing that, and that will be also made available soon. The application has to be made with a product compliance report that has been very much specified in the technical file. So I have given it. Application should be made with a third-party lab test report. Now, this is the same thing that I have shown you in the diagram, chart diagram, that creation of profile on your Manak Online, generating a QR code, then submission of your technical file. I'll show you the contents of the technical file that you already know. These are the content of the technical file, where you can see the technical file where it has been notified that report of compliance of product to be specified to the specified requirement, which may include test report from third-party lab or from manufacturer's lab as applicable. So this is basically a scheme that has been brought not for EEQCO only. It has been brought for a wider number of products. It is not for EEQCO, so don't get it combined with only for EEQCO. It is the base of this scheme was to bring omnibus technical regulation, in which we have included the EEQCO. So the project is very wide for Scheme 10. It should not be limited to EEQCO. That is my request. So this is the same thing that I have told you, that what BIS will be doing. After the successful evaluation, you will be granted a BIS mark on your product. Now I have got the process of application of Manak Online, how you can apply. You can log into our BIS Manak portal. By creating your profile. Then you have to complete your profile in the Manak Online portal by filling all the data relevant to your company or your firm. Then once the profile has been created, you will find this kind of page on your Manak Online portal. After this, you have to test your sample. From there, you can find the test samples is there. You have to generate your QR code by entering all the details here. Once the report has been received, you can find a link for apply the license. You can apply it from here, or you can directly apply also from a new license. And during application, you have to take a conscience that you are putting on the right papers at the right place. So we have also given our guidelines to all the manufacturers, all our BOs, where we have notified how to apply on Manak Online. We have notified this on 10th of August 2023. This is available on the BIS portal, which you can easily find it, where we have notified which IS you have to select for which product, so that you are not facing any kind of problem. In this, we have already notified the fees. The required fees for application is 2,000. For certification for grant or renewal of license is 2,000. Fees for technical file review is 20,000 per technical file. It should be made very clear that it's for per technical file, not a bunch of technical files. It's individual technical file 20,000. Inspection fees will be 20,000 per man day. Sample procurement charges we have not yet decided, and the testing charges is on actual basis. We have also our general guidelines for grant of license under the scheme 10, which you can also find it on our BIS website. The same is available on the BIS website that has been published on 2nd of June, which very clearly says about the technical file requirement, the product compliance test report requirement, sample pre-registration requirement, and what I was talking about, the relaxation that we have mentioned, that we will accept the 5-year-old test report. That has also been very clearly mentioned in our guideline. So the PM already has been notified on the BIS website, and it has been hosted. The FAQs have been hosted on the BIS website, that are all available on our BIS website. As of now, we have granted 2 licenses in the IS IEC 60947-2 series, one to Siemens and one to BCH. We have 3 licenses for -2 pending at our end. One is of ABB, C&S, HPL, and one of -3 of Havells. Under foreign, we have 4 licenses pending as on date, because out of which 2 have been nominated, in which 2 inspecting officers have been nominated already. One we have received on 4th of June, so it will take time, and one is from 60947-5-2. Coming on to the testing infrastructure, we have for 60947 series, we have these many labs available on our portal and as well as in India. We have 4 labs of private labs like CPRI, we have Bhopal and Bangalore. The government labs, ERDA, we have UL, we have 4 manufacturers lab. We have recognized it under scheme 10. The benefit to give the manufacturers lab recognition under scheme 10, you can find it here, that we have recognized 4 labs of manufacturers. For other test facilities of the 60947 series, we have 3 labs for -3 series, limited facility. We have 4-1, 3 labs, 4 labs. For 5-1, we have 2 labs. For 5-5, we have 1 lab as of now. This is the testing infrastructure. For BIS LRS scheme, in which the manufacturers' labs are getting recognized under BIS LRS, my colleague Anusri will tell you about the LRS scheme. Then we'll come back to the question and answer session. Tell me, but we will be having the question and answer session. Which one? Now, I will tell you about that also. I have heard your question. Okay, Anusri, you can.
Good afternoon all. I am here to give you just overview of laboratory recognition scheme of BIS. The laboratory recognition scheme of BIS is available on our LIMS portal. This scheme has been formulated to have a sufficient number of labs in India, outside India, in addition to BIS lab, to serve the purpose of conformity assessment scheme of BIS. The laboratory who are seeking recognition for BIS are required to have accreditation as per ISO IEC 17025 and covering all the parameters under the scope of IEC 17025. These accreditation body should be a full member of APAC, Asian Pacific Accreditation Corporation, or International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation, or any other regional accreditation corporation body. In case some of the parameters of the Indian standard are not covered in the scope of IS 17025, then but the test facility for the same is available with the lab, then lab can include it within 1 year after taking recognition from the date of BIS recognition. Exclusion for certain parameter will be considered only in case if there is no test facility available anywhere, and if there will be any genuine difficulty in carrying out the testing, such as EEMA EMC is excluded in our, as per BIS LRS. Laboratory shall also ensure impartiality clause of BIS LRS 2020. Laboratory activity shall be structured and managed so as to safeguard impartiality, and the laboratory management shall be committed to impartiality, and laboratory shall not allow commercial, financial or other pressure to compromise impartiality. The laboratory shall also identify risk to its impartiality on ongoing basis, and identify such a risk and demonstrate how to minimize it or eliminate such risk. Laboratory shall also ensure confidentiality as per clause of BIS LRS 2020, maintaining confidentiality including access control to testing areas. These are the prerequisites for BIS, taking BIS recognition. Now the laboratory who wants to apply for BIS recognition has to apply on LIMS portal along with some documents, legal identity and other documents as specified in BIS LRS 2020. Here this is LIMS portal. On the right side you will see the login tab is given. So you have to log in here. On this login page, you will be directed to login page, and here on login page you will see there is new labs and register now option is given. So lab has to register here with basic details like laboratory name, email ID, mobile number, and they have to select under which group they wants to apply, and the login credential will be generated, and lab has to log in here. And this application, online application registration process will appear on the screen. And for the guidance purpose, user manual is also given on LIMS portal. And this user manual includes online registration process step by step. So in step 1, organization, lab has to map all the details of organization like address and address proof. They have to upload address proof, and other details like address of registered office, name and designation of top management, normal working hour, type of organization, and details such as parent organization detail, laboratory bank details, and statutory compliance if available with the lab. And next step is other details like accreditation certificate and scope of the accreditation. Lab has to upload undertakings as per BIS LRS 2020, and lab has to give details of power, electricity and water supply and any other details available with the lab. And in the third step, lab has to upload documents related to quality manual, quality procedure and SOPs and quality formats if available. And in the fourth step, lab has to if lab has participated in ILC PT, then they have to upload the score on LIMS portal, and if internal audit details and management review details. Now this is step 5. This is very important because here lab has to mention the IS for which they wants recognition. So here lab has to give the details of equipment against each parameter for which they are applying for. And next they have to give details of reference material if required. And lab has to mention test facility details for which test facility is not available with the lab, and they can mention here in exclusion table also. And lab has to now lab has to give a testing charge for each parameter. And next step is manpower details. Lab has to give the details of manpower and their qualification, training, work experience. And next, after completion of application, they will be forwarded to step 7 for checklist. Here step by step status will be shown. If it will be adequate, then you have to make payment, and the application will be submitted on LIMS portal. So after adequate scrutiny of your application, the audit will be allotted, and BIS will carry out initial audit of your lab. And after satisfactory audit, the recognition will be granted to the lab, and the validity for recognition will be 3 years. And surveillance audit generally used to carry once in a year. And this is fees as per LRS. The application fee will be 40,000, and a recognition fee for 3 years up to 10 IS will be 60,000 for MSME and women entrepreneur, and 1 lakh for others lab. And application fee for extension of scope is nil, and processing fee is also not required. So if a lab is recognized as per IS, as per Indian standard, and if they want to add any new IS in their existing test facility, they can include it on LIMS portal and submit that request to BIS, and the inclusion will be granted on the basis of Dextra basis, on declaration of the lab, based on the declaration of the lab. And verification of test facility will be carried out in next verification audit. So yeah, here is the details of status of availability of test facility for the electrical equipments which are under quality control order. For IS IEC 60947 Part 2, there are 4 BIS recognized labs: CPRI Bhopal, CPRI Bangalore, EDA Vadodara and UL Bangalore. And there are 4 manufacturers recognized labs: Giga Labs, Navator Lab and Switchgear Testing Lab, Mumbai, Type Test Center, Mumbai. And for Part 3, 4 labs are recognized. And for Part 4 and Section 1, 4 labs are recognized. And for other, for which test facility is not available, we are ascertaining test facility with BIS recognized lab having similar test facility. This is all about BIS LRS and LIMS portal. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul sir and Ms. Anushri for the presentation. Now the session is open for the question answers. Attendees can ask questions, please.
just I want to clarify that whatever the questions you have, many questions are actually new to us also, and some we confirm that actually we have not yet prepared the guidelines in some of the issues, because this is also new for us. This scheme is also new for us. So wherever possible, we will try to clarify you. If some issues which require policy decisions, we will get back to you through after consulting our management.
Right, sir.
Okay. My question is related to the timeline. So November 24, we have a timeline for Dash 2. So Dash 2, all annexes except Annex J, it has to be completed for Dash 2, up to 440 volts, right? So there is one Annex B and Annex F also there, Annex B for residual breakers and Annex F for electronic breakers. So some of those portions are calling Annex J. So in that case, whether we need to do Annex B and F also, or it will be postponed to 2026, like Annex J.
Product report, they have to submit the complete type test report only.
I also request, sir, before asking any question, you may please introduce like from which company you are associated with.
Sorry.
So that would help us to recognize.
So my name is Ayappa, I am from Legrand.
Legrand, yeah.
For testing of products, you have to submit, as I said in the technical file, you have to submit the complete product type test report, product compliance report. So if any part falls under Annexure J and it is falling under Annexure B also, so we have to look into it. But as of now, if you have the complete facilities in your premises also, you can test it and submit your product report, type test report.
Another challenge in that also, there is a environmental testing that may take 28 days. So for each product 28 days, that is also not feasible because of the timeline. We have very short timeline, and we have to complete the 28 days testing also. So that is another challenge in Annex B.
This is the third amendment. You should have started from 2020 itself. So this had not been an issue of this 28 days.
Sir, for that annexure part, annexure and special type tests are means relaxed up to 10th May 26, subjected to declaration that you will get the testing done by 10th May 26. It is very clearly mentioned in the order itself.
Okay. What I can see only Annex J. So the other
there are special type tests is also mentioned over there.
Okay.
Can we have another questions?
Yeah, hi, I'm Rahul Kumar from Havells India Limited, Noida. Sir, I have a simpler question. I know there are many questions pending for you. This is regarding the timeline and with respect to the product label. For example, on my product, I already have DC rating mentioned and 690 volt ratings also mentioned. I know the timeline, but just I want to know, like when on 9th November 24, I have the license and I have the report. So, but up to 440 volt AC. So, should we amend the product labels or can we continue it till the deadline of the till the next deadline?
I think the QCO clearly specifies the same thing. The DC ratings are to be implemented from 10th of May 2027.
Yes, sir.
So you have that exemption period for that.
Okay, so that means we can continue till the label.
Till that QCO is implemented.
Thank you very much.
Yes. If you want, you can apply.
You can test and apply. Yes, sir, that we know we can apply, but we have some difficulty for DC testing facilities are also not there right now.
For that only the QCO has given you time up to 10th May 2020.
That's what I just wanted to reconfirm.
सर सिर्फ एक चीज है 10 मई 28 का टाइम दे रखा 27 का टाइम दे रखा 10 मई 27 तक वेट नहीं करने का है अपने को उससे पहले अप्लाई कर लेने का है
That we don't want to do definitely. My question was, sir, for product label only.
Excluding those tests, then they have to change according to the whatever applicable at that point of time.
Yeah, should, do we need to change the label?
Naturally, because you are not tested those requirements.
Sir, the license we give a first specific range.
Yes, sir.
Okay, variety is given. आपका इतने range तक covered है. How can you mark more than that?
That was actually my question. That means we will have to change the
Sir,
product
same thing in
labels.
scheme 1 also. We have give you for a certain range or a variety. You
Yes.
cannot mark more than that. If you're marking, you're going against the QCO.
Okay, so yeah, that will be, I mean, much bigger of problem for the global manufacturers and imported products. Yeah, for us, we can easily implement the
Because the
product
license
level
is
change.
given the scope,
Scope is given to
excluding
you.
those parameters, so then you cannot mark those parameters in the product.
But those, we can say parameters are exempted till 10th May 26.
Sir, exemption is given for you from QCO. Okay. When we grant a license, we give a scope to you. आपका variety इतना variety cover till this range. How can you mark more than that? Have you tested that? You cannot. You have not tested.
Right now we
So you
have
cannot. You cannot mark that.
Yeah, right now we have not tested them, but we are going
Sir,
to
see,
test them.
suppose you get a license for till up to 440 volts
Yes, sir.
without DC, you can mark that. With DC, you can mark your product, but you can put ISI mark on that. It's clear. ISI mark only on the products that you have tested and got a license.
Okay.
Okay.
I got
I think that's clear now better.
Yes.
Thank you, Piyush sir. Next question.
Hello everybody, my name is Mani Mishra, I'm part of Honeywell Group. So I have a question not regarding exactly scheme 10. So there is another QCO order going on for accessories, which is with scheme 2. So there was the two products are coming, mounting boxes and cable accessories like CMS, cable management system.
Which QCO?
Electrical order accessories.
It is scheme 1.
Scheme 1 I think it's
under scheme 1.
Yes, maybe. So out of which there was some CMS products were there. We checked out. So there are 4 laboratories listed by BIS. These are the laboratories we are recognized by us. We approached all of them. Out of 2, one has license expired. Second has not upgraded their product standard. Like the 2021 standard was going on, but they did not had. So rest 2 of the laboratories, they quoted us for the same items differently. One quoted us 24,000, the second one quoted us 54,000 for the same specifications. So my question is here to you guys, is there any guidelines to you, to the laboratories, that how you are quoting to the particular people? Because where our margins are very thin, it matters a lot to which laboratories we choose. When I spoke to the laboratories, they said, no sir, we are maintaining good kind of quality, that is why we are charging higher.
One thing actually, testing charges are not in the purview of the BAS. It is up to the laboratory to decide actually. So depend upon their marketability and all, they will decide that testing charges.
All right, but so
both are actually approved by BAS, means you can go to any of the laboratories.
Honest.
Thank you. Next question.
Probably I will ask slightly different question. So this is regarding LRS scheme. Do you also approve the labs outside India, manufacturers lab outside India under LRS scheme?
Yes. Like there should be a mutual recognition agreement between the countries, and they have to follow BIS LRS under terms and condition of BIS LRS 2020.
Okay. So this
as of now, we are not having any foreign recognized lab, but as per LRS, we can recognize them for conformity assessment scheme of BIS.
Okay. Thank you.
But if
no, that any
lab. But only thing actually there should be some MRA between the countries actually.
Is there any MRA available?
No. As of now, there is no with any of the countries.
Sir, chance is there, sir. Future chance is there. Right now, it's not there.
But now the other question, related question is that you are recognizing the foreign manufacturers laboratory or not?
Both, any kind of laboratory.
No, foreign manufacturers laboratory without.
No. Any laboratories to accredit.
They have to follow the terms. Yeah, they have to follow the terms and condition of BIS LRS and.
I understand. The question is, supposing under scheme 10, the manufacturer can get it tested in his own laboratory. I mean, laboratory means it is a laboratory recognized by BIS. So supposing Siemens Germany has got a manufacturing lab there. Whether you are recognizing that laboratory for the purpose of scheme change?
Yes, we can recognize that lab if they will. There will be MRA between the countries.
Again, MRA. So the MRA
Yeah.
is coming in. But
Yeah.
that means that is also not possible.
Sir, we can go for witness testing there, in-house testing, that is there. But LRS is right now there.
Actually, your website, if A is possible, then MRA is not. That's what I understand from your website. If you have an authorized Indian representative, you still need an MRA.
That is MRA between the countries actually. It is not, no.
It should be mutual recognition agreement between the countries.
Even if there is AM, you still need an MRA. Today, there is no MRA.
No, as of now it is not there.
Yeah, Anil Mehta, sir.
LRS scheme is also for the scheme too.
No, not for scheme.
No, so it is for scheme money.
When laboratories are, any laboratories has to be recognized under LRS only. Whether for a scheme.
Manufacturers lab, can they get for the
Sir, right now only scheme 10 we have allowed, but I think you can inform. For scheme 2 we can do LRS for a manufacturer's laboratory or not?
Actually, as per the, any manufacturing laboratory, if they are qualifying as per the under LRS, they can get the recognition under LRS.
My question again for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
scheme 2.
Yeah. But only thing, there should be some conditions are there. Those conditions should be qualified actually.
Okay. Excuse me?
Like
Yeah. Hi.
Vinayak here from ABB. Okay. Can you please guide us how to get this MRA done? Because we don't know the procedure.
No,
And
actually,
we are
MRA is not done by you actually.
No, not
It is
we know
between
that.
the countries, foreign ministries and all they have to do.
But see, if that is not there, definitely under LRS we cannot recognize our lab. Correct, no?
Yes.
So now the lab is with ILAC approved, and present situation is that MRA is not there. Okay, now to whom to approach and then how to go about it in future?
No, ministry only can able to say.
Because the lab is there with all the facilities which covers all the sequences, and yes, facility everything is there. ILAC is approved already, but it is struck because of MRA.
I can respond to this question. The MRA is between government to government.
I completely agree, correct.
So
But
now government to government has to recognize it. It is the Ministry of Commerce Ministry. You have to approach it. They have to have a FTA agreement. Under the FTA, they have to be one part of that MRA agreement.
Correct.
So like the European Union has not going to have an FTA. Some negotiation is going on over the last 10 years. So there is an MRA clause. To what extent that is going to be accepted? That's a big political issue. But so far, we do not have any MRA in any country.
And we have MRAs, but not for this requirement.
For this requirement. Not for the laboratory recognition.
Excuse me, my name is Anil. I'm from Panasonic. And my question is specifically for proximity switches and foreign manufacturer certification. What are the tests required? What is the grouping guidelines for proximity switches, since we don't understand how to group them? And also, is the fee similar to the one which is mentioned on the website, or is the fee different? And the test report will be submitted is the factory test report, which is about, let's say, 80% in-house and 20% outsourced. Are these acceptable? So my 4 questions.
Yes. अनिल जी,
Yes, sir.
एक एक करके सवाल लें.
ठीक है सर. Yeah. तो पहला grouping guideline. For proximity switch कैसे करना है?
That is 4-5
2-5.
5-2.
हाँ.
5-2 we are in process. We are having discussions to prepare the guidelines. We'll be preparing it very soon, and it will be prepared on case-to-case basis. You have to apply for the license first.
ठीक है.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The second
Suggest, if you want, you can suggest the grouping guidelines.
Okay. See, there are lots of ideas going by schematic, going by circuit. So we really
You have to send a draft first.
Okay.
So that we can have a basic thing to work upon it.
Fine. So I'll speak to the factory and come back to you on the grouping guidelines.
Second
is, what all test reports are required? Like I believe not all are required to be submitted. Because there is one particular test report, I don't remember the number, is about short circuiting, where the current is set at 100 ampere. A proximity switch will definitely fail at 100 ampere. So
I
there are some
think
switches.
this matter is of ICE to be taken with the IEC members, because this what you are talking about is to be brought amendment in the Indian standard or the IEC
Okay.
standard. So this should not be.
But
talked
can
about
we apply for, let's say, exemption from that test? Because definitely it will fail.
You can apply, because what I will say that you can apply, you will send your case, we will get a reply from the IC division, and if they approve this kind of comments, then we can definitely go with the certification.
All tests need to be submitted.
Yeah, all test type
and,
is put.
and we will type test means or all the tests which
the
are there
report
in the standard.
All tests.
All tests, and the test report is basically you are saying less than 5 years old on the date of application.
Yes.
For type test 5 years old.
Other test 1 year old.
1 year old.
Okay. How do I distinguish between
Routine test is there. Other tests are also there. In the IS there are routine tests also. Routine test, other
Okay.
type test. Type test 5 years.
Okay.
Other test 1 year.
Other test 1 year.
Yes.
And the test report is around 80% in house and 20% outsourced. That's acceptable.
Still have to see sequence. No. Sequence is there. Sequences.
Sequence is.
So sequence you are doing in-house or outside, or you are breaking them?
We are breaking them.
Oh, we won't be able to do that then. At least sequence you see that sequence is being done at same place, same sequence.
Okay.
That you try to see.
Right. Thank you, sir.
There is one question for lab as well as for EIS. I just want, this is regarding release reports. Suppose this IEC body, right, they keep releasing the amendments.
Okay.
Where they will be amending as per latest year. But whatever tests we have conducted, it may not have effect on that. Under CB scheme, right, they will like amend to the next version and they release the report. Even now QC order, whatever it is implemented, right, it is with 2020. Now if labs are approved only for 2016, they cannot release with 2020. But 16 and 20, there won't be any change in whatever certification it has been done. It will be only for few clauses it may be applicable. Can labs and BAS can approve amending the reports with higher release version? That is what it will help to implement this without any problem.
Out in reports. Okay, but it will depend what amendment you are bringing. Sometimes there is change. So right now I think you are talking about the revision of standards, right?
Yes. On the release report, suppose if I have completed the report at CPRI or ERDA or any LRS schemes we are having.
You got it tested and after issue of the 2020 version or before the 2020 version?
I am having the report from 2016 version. Okay. Now we are releasing the QCO order saying that the standard is for
2016 version, but we can approve a 5 years old test report only, no? So then how 2016 version is applicable now?
I'm just
but when you got it tested actually, 2020 is also 4 years already old.
आपके रिपोर्ट कब किया है? रिपोर्ट ही कब की है?
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन इन जनरल है.
What I'm telling you, actually you just tell the exact thing actually, so that we can able to give you the answer.
Okay, my test report is 2014. Okay.
14.
So okay, now we are in 2020. There is no change in certification, whatever with reference to the sequences has been tested.
Actually, we are allowing only 5 years old test report only. So if you are tested in 2014, how can we allow that one? Based on that one,
Sir, 2014 was applicable up to 2016, sir, when the reports were not.
That is a different thing, sir. But actually, we, as per the guideline, 5 years old test reports only we are going to allow.
Okay, even if we consider 5 years, okay, I have got the report from 2020. Okay, now I am in 2024. Amendment has come in 2023. But even that amendment doesn't have any bearing on the reports which are already completed. Then can we have the privilege to get that amended report amended to 2023? That is what my question is.
That's different. 2014 test report is different. 2020 report is different.
I told 2020 report.
Now you are telling 2020. So in such case, what are the additional testing to be done in the new version? It has to be get it tested actually.
Sir, we have got phase 1 and phase 2, right? All annexure tests are not even part of the main sequence. Okay. What I am telling is, if I have got sequence 1, sequence 2, sequence 3, sequence 4, all 4 sequences are there. the standard which got amended from 2020, whatever my report is there, in 2024, whatever in annexure X some amendment has been done, which doesn't have any relevance to my already certification which I have completed. And also, I just want to highlight here, in case of CB reports, right, if the reports are verified with reference to the amendments, they will amend to the higher revision without completing the testing. That is what we are looking for.
Yeah. Actually, you see, we have procedures, guidelines in such situation in that scheme 1. Now it is a scheme 10, where we have not yet come across such situation. Now you are saying that situation. So we have to frame the guidelines to suit, actually for such situations also. So you give the complete details so that we will review and we will try to incorporate some guidelines for those.
Okay.
Piyushji, I have one extended question on a question asked by participant for the testing in a manufacturer's lab, which is valid for domestic as well as the overseas manufacturer. As per scheme 10, manufacturer can test the product in their own laboratory, but as per scheme 10, it is to be witnessed by the BIS official. Now, normally, if we see all sequence testing, it will take a too long time. For domestic, maybe it may be feasible. For foreign manufacturer, it is practically not feasible to for the BIS also to audit and witness all testing. So it will be good because to clarify which test and will be witnessed, and this will definitely help and boost on the accelerate the implementation of QCO, because today we have seen the approval of lab under LRS scheme. Then the BIS labs are extending their capacity. But then if we really use scheme 10 for domestic as well as foreign manufacturer, it will definitely accelerate the speed of implementation of this QCO. So what is required, that what we are looking for, the test which will be witnessed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comment. Right now, whatever application we have got only for the outside reports or like in-house report, which is recognized by BIS. We have not yet received a single application for in-house testing. So we are yet to see what kind of situation can come there, means difficulties to come. So right now we cannot comment on this, but sir, your point is well taken. We can surely review that. But for now, our stand is clear. We have to witness all the testing right now. But surely, sir, we can review the comment and see what to do.
You see, sir,
if we give the proposal, you are right, because nobody is coming forward, because there is a condition that it will be witnessed.
Yes.
So in absence of the discussion with BIS, manufacturers are free to assume that you will witness all testing, which will run in months. Okay. For foreign manufacturer, it will be a too heavy thing. Now, if we give a proposal that these are our proposal, will it be okay to discuss on this topic, whether it is domestic or foreign manufacturer?
Sure.
Thank you.
A proposal, sir, we can surely review and see what we can come and help you out.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is surely one concern, because once you know that if you are going to witness these tests at foreign labs, normally it is also practically not viable from your perspective and also from the manufacturer's perspective. Why? There are two elements. One thing is, normally if they want to do it at their lab, so certainly the portfolio is bigger one. Otherwise they will do it in India labs. So if the portfolio is bigger one, then it will take maybe 2-3 months. So then you have a capacity, you must have a capacity to spare person at the foreign labs. One thing. Second thing is also the cost, because it's not a free
That's
of
why
anything.
I think actually he is proposing for some tests.
Some
it's
tests.
not that complete testing.
Correct. Even their labs are also equally accredited as we have NABL, for example. So NABL is having a traceability to ILAC. So ILAC also have the different, in different countries, a different organization. So if it is already have an NABL, similar NABL accreditation, for example, in Germany, it's a DAX accreditation. So if the DAX accreditation is already there, then it has to be allowed, surely based on some discussion. The second point is about the exemption of these ratings which are not possible or feasible in any of the Indian lab. So do you have anything in your mind? Because this topic is going on from last 2 months. I have sent a lot of emails on that, and we have a lot of trouble, sir, with due respect, because the files are holded. only because of these two tests. Believe me, all complete tests have been done in the external lab. It's in ERDA, CPR, the tests are completed. But the fourth pole has not been tested. And we have a written communication from all the labs that this is not feasible at their own lab. So, I mean, what's stopping you to give the answer? Is there anything you want to discuss us? Any technical feasibility?
No. What is your proposal actually? How you wanted to get it done?
So, rightly said. So, our proposal is there could be a case-to-case discussion, because that's important. Because on a blanket basis, you cannot give the exemption, because it could be also on the other side. One thing is very important. Second thing is also the alternative rating, because the product is same. We are not saying you are giving the exemption, because exemption is a very big word. Whenever anyone heard about this word exemption, then people might thought that manufacturers are asking the exemption of complete story. It's not a complete story. It's about one rating of that product. So it means that product required to do maybe 10 plus tests. We are saying that one test is not feasible in any lab in India, and that's not our problem, because it's not feasible. So it's not feasible, the rating is declared. So then either it has to be alternative rating. When we say alternative rating, then it means the guidelines are breached. Whatever the guidelines have been released by MHI. So the guidelines are breached because that highest rating could not be tested. So then this is a subset of that guidelines. So that's very important thing. Second thing, it has a case-to-case consideration, then it has to be exempted also. So what to do, that's the option, two options in our mind. And this is common for all of us. I mean, it's not common for, it's not for
actually,
me.
no, you are not suggesting for any alternate testing.
No, I am suggesting alternate testing.
How you do it actually?
The alternate testing of the same product would be the rating which is possible in India. As simple as, sir. With the lower rating. Because so that's one product have 6 ratings. Yeah? One product is have a 6 rating. And we, as per the guidelines, we have to do only the higher rating test. That's clear. But the higher rating is not feasible in India. Then what would be the technical mind or technical brain will say, okay, do the subsequent rating down the line. So that's the option, technically, if you ask me. But that is not in the guidelines.
Yeah, so that's
why. So to whom should we park this challenge? Whether to be MHI to park or to BIS?
No, it is for the MHI, because grouping guidelines is done by the MHI.
Mr. Tushar, if you can answer. Gaurav sir.
I think BIS and MHI would look into this. I suggest you give what is the maximum rating possible in India. And the second part is to create that testing infrastructure. But I don't know how long it will take, because that's not available in India. So maybe till that time we have to find out a middle path and accordingly change our guidelines. But the guidelines require also the minister's approval. So we cannot do it on case-to-case basis. We have to take all the such categories where that level of testing is not available, and we are suggesting a short-term measure that whatever is available in India, that we put it, get it approved from minister and release it through the guideline. But it will require some time, and it has to be done before the November deadline, so we have to get that minimum 3 months before, so that we have sufficient time. But I think I got your point very clearly that it's not possible for anybody in India. And we will also write to Ministry of Power to include that kind of testing in CPRI or wherever such facility can be created, probably with timeline, how long it will take and how much cost it will have. Meanwhile, we can also consider foreign tests. Probably that also can be the proposal from your side till the time our infrastructure gets capable of that. Probably that level of report can be shared with BIS, and the proper level of understanding between all the stakeholders, regulators, ministry would be taken, and accordingly it would be replaced.
That's correct. So that's correct. That's a point what we are discussing right now in the other side. The reason being we know the cutoff, because all labs data is already available with your department also. Because what's the maximum capacity available and what's the maximum capacity to be tested from the manufacturer, also send the data. So the data is there, only this need to be have to mention somewhere. Otherwise, it's a case-to-case interpretation.
No, case-to-case means there will be so many cases.
Yes.
We do not know. Today there are 5 cases, tomorrow another 5 cases.
Because people are not there up to now for that ratings. Whenever they will be there, more cases will be there. That's why a generic thing is required. Whatever the
no problem. You can, through EEMA, I suggest that you send it through EEMA and try to consolidate all the proposals in once, so that we don't keep on changing it every time. And we will make a committee, or we will decide it in subcommittee. We will include all the major stakeholders and we will take a decision. We will not keep it.
I'm Shailesh from C&S. My question is related to the standards and their applicability. Couple of years back, lab used to issue reports with respect to IS/IEC and IEC standards together, a single report. And later it has been stopped, and manufacturers are being asked to conduct the testing twice. So a manufacturer has to go into international market, they have to have the CB report, and then for Indian market, they have to go for the IS/IEC to meet the QC requirements. It's a doubling work. While your standard of IS/IEC are, correct me if I'm wrong, they are adopted ones, they are not the harmonized standards. While there is no change in the standards, why not allow the IEC test reports based on the revisions?
IEC test reports, where from you got it tested? It is not BIS approved laboratories.
If we have a IEC report from an Indian BIS recognized laboratory, will it be accepted?
Sir, for certification process, we only get reports as per IS. We don't accept IC CB reports for certification process.
No. Because in this situation, where actually if it is tested in IEC, in the BIS recognized laboratory, they have to mention that you have to undergo through this process of QR coding. So then only it can be acceptable. So through QR coding, you will get only the IS number, you will not get the IEC number.
Let me rephrase my question again. If we have a IEC report, CB report from an Indian laboratory which is BIS recognized for that particular standard, can we put it for the QCO?
Only for IS reports we accept, sir, certification process.
But your standards are adopted ones.
We
And
know,
you are adopting IEC as it is. So that is what.
Not always necessary. But for certification, we only accept IS reports. That is our.
As per the guideline, it is not acceptable.
Okay.
But
Can I have a question? Yeah. These test reports that is laboratory issued, is it required to be NABL certified test report or NABL accredited test report, or without NABL accredited test report is also acceptable for certification?
So, parameters of the standard should be covered under NABL scope as per IEC 17025. The parameter of the standards that should be covered under the scope of.
Supposing a laboratory, now out of 10 tests are there for against a one standard, out of which 9 tests he is covered under NABL accreditation, but one test is not
Sir,
covered under NABL accreditation.
sir,
whether the test report he is issuing, whether it will be acceptable for certification?
Yes, sir. For that, sir, if parameter is not covered in NABL, but they have test facility for that parameter. So BIS used to give that within 1 year from the date of BIS recognition, they have to include that parameter in NABL scope, like IS 17025.
Right now, that test report, 9 plus 1 is acceptable.
Yes, acceptable. But within 1 year, they have to include.
given undertaking that within 1 year they will get it through NABL accreditation.
Sir, Rajiv from Havells company, Noida. So I have one question related to process for BIS witness test. So in our case, for example, our lab is not recognized under LRS scheme, and we have the facility to do BIS witness. On the Manak online portal, we have to fill the form and we have to select the labs, suggested labs it comes. So in case of this BIS witness where the manufacturer labs is not under LRS scheme, how the process workflow would be there? Whether that, because QR code and the test code has to be mapped onto the samples which we send outside in case if the third party lab is involved. But in case of non-LRS witness testing, how we can approach, whether we have to send an email to the BO office or how. So that process we need to understand.
Sir, for that part, you need not raise a QR code. You can apply directly, and you can upload the in-house report on the space, whatever field is there, you can upload there. When application comes to the BO, then you can inform them that we have already done our in-house testing, and now we want the witness testing to be done.
Yeah, but that option of selecting the labs will not be.
No, it's not required for this.
Okay.
That is required only when you are getting it tested in OSLs. Even when maybe tomorrow your lab will come as a OSL, you want to test it as OSL, then you have to do that part. QR code.
Thank you.
Can we take the last question?
Good afternoon. This is Suresh from C&S. I have a question on multi-branding. Suppose a company brands their products for, say, brand A and brand B, and we get the QCO certification grant of license. So does that mean that company A and company B also gets the grant of license?
Sir, license we granted to manufacturers only. Suppose company A and company B are there, they don't make their product, they make it, suppose company number C. Okay, they have given a license to company C that they can use their brand and make the product. In that case, company C will have to apply for license and we'll give them. When applying, company C will declare that for company A and brand B, we also make. That license we made.
One thing, actually, I'll tell you, sir. Actually, if a manufacturer is there, ex-manufacturer is there, he is actually manufacturing for two different brands.
Correct. Correct.
So then, what is the procedure for granting license?
Exactly.
Actually, we are granting the license based on the variety that he has applied. We are giving the license. Okay. Only thing, with respect to the brand, he can use any number of brands, but only he has to inform to BAS what are the brands he is having agreement. And those things he has to submit to office. Okay. That's all. And he can continue with that brand, any number of brands.
Sure. Have a second question, sir. On the Manak online portal, for whatever submitted applications, if at all we need to add additional technical files for the variants, right now I don't think that provision is there. Yeah. So I kindly request.
Yeah, actually, we are in the process of formulating new portal for this scheme 10.
Okay.
Till that time, actually, we are using this scheme 1 portal only. And whatever the additional things, you can send by offline through communication. Communication window is there.
Okay.
Through communication window, you can submit all the details.
Sure. Thank you.
Sir, last thing. I mean, you have clarified this doubt, which is most of us on the brand level. At the same line, two manufacturing with the different names are there. So you said this can be included only to inform to the BIS. Can we get some document to at least give it to the company or anywhere?
It is not there. Okay, we'll include in the FAQ.
Yeah, we have requested that it can be implemented in the FAQ.
Yeah,
to resolve any of us, because in this forum.
Sure, we'll include in the.
Sir, that includes in A company manufacturing to a B company, another company. That is also okay.
Sir, yeah, that's what. Actually, license is for the variety for which he has applied. Okay, that variety he can supply to n number of manufacturers. We are having an agreement with those brand names. Okay. Siemens is supplying to some ABB and or C&S and all. So he has an agreement between those two people that he can use his brand and supply to them actually. And so that agreement you should have, and you should intimate to the BAS. So that procedure will include in the FAQ, so that it will get clear.
So fees is already there on portal. Same fees. Yeah. Same fees.
Thank you so much, Suryanarayan sir, Piyush sir, Rahul sir, and Anushri. I believe all the question has been answered very well by BS experts. Now, I request all panelists to please have a group photograph. I request Chairman sir to kindly come up on stage. Gaurav sir to kindly come up on stage for a group photograph. Tushar sir. Yeah. And I request you, sir, you can also nominate your officials from BS to come up on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now we have to take a lunch break of 60 minutes, And after that week, we'll start our session 3 on testing lab.
Electricity is an indispensable part of our lives, so much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries, including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat. and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है।
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at EEQCO 2025. EEQCO is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. EEQCO is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, for the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, EEQCO 2025 will focus on emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, and automation. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at EEQCO 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. EEQCO promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the EEQCO experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at EEQCO 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of EEQCO 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at EEQCO 2025.
Excellence is doing ordinary things extraordinary well. At Havells, ethos of excellence is ingrained in everything that we do. And that is precisely why Havells is the first choice with its customers across India. In the industrial sector, Havells has a proven track record of more than 50 years, with its wide range of low-voltage products. With innovation at the core of all operations, Havells is always a step ahead of the competition. Havells' range of low-voltage switchgears and control gears are widely used in power distribution and industrial applications to control and protect electrical equipment against overload, short circuit, earth faults, and to provide basic control functions such as starting and stopping. Havells, two of a total of 13 best-in-class manufacturing facilities at Saibabad and Faridabad, are dedicated for manufacturing low-voltage switchgear and control gears under its vision of Make in India. Havells contractors provide convenience, economic benefit, and are highly reliable for various industrial control system applications. Havells' vision is to provide unmatched quality industrial products to its customers and is committed to ensure smooth running and low downtime to their processes and operations.
Today, electricity is an indispensable part of our lives. So much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries, including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat, and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation opportunities, with every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है.
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at EEQCO 2025. EEQCO is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. EEQCO is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, in the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, EEQCO 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, and automation. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at EEQCO 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. EEQCO promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the EEQCO experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at EEQCO 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of EEQCO 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at EEQCO 2025.
Excellence is doing ordinary things extraordinary well. At Havells, ethos of excellence is ingrained in everything that we do. And that is precisely why Havells is the first choice with its customers across India. In the industrial sector, Havells has a proven track record of more than 50 years, with its wide range of low-voltage products. With innovation at the core of all operations, Havells is always a step ahead of the competition. Havells' range of low-voltage switchgears and control gears are widely used in power distribution and industrial applications to control and protect electrical equipment against overload, short circuit, earth faults, and to provide basic control functions such as starting and stopping. Havells, two of a total of 13 best-in-class manufacturing facilities at Saibabad and Faridabad, are dedicated for manufacturing low-voltage switchgear and control gears under its vision of Make in India. Havells contractors provide convenience, economic benefit, and are highly reliable for various industrial control system applications. Havells' vision is to provide unmatched quality industrial products to its customers and is committed to ensure smooth running and low downtime to their processes and operations.
Today, electricity is an indispensable part of our lives. So much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries, including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat, and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है।
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at EEQCO 2025. EEQCO is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. EEQCO is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, for the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, EEQCO 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, and automation. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated themed pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at EEQCO 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. Legrand promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the Legrand experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at Legrand 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of Legrand 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at Legrand 2025.
Excellence is doing ordinary things extraordinary well. At Havells, ethos of excellence is ingrained in everything that we do. And that is precisely why Havells is the first choice with its customers across India. In the industrial sector, Havells has a proven track record of more than 50 years, with its wide range of low-voltage products. With innovation at the core of all operations, Havells is always a step ahead of the competition. Havells' range of low-voltage switchgears and control gears are widely used in power distribution and industrial applications to control and protect electrical equipment against overload, short circuit, earth faults, and to provide basic control functions such as starting and stopping. Havells, two of a total of 13 best-in-class manufacturing facilities at Saibabad and Faridabad, are dedicated for manufacturing low-voltage switchgear and control gears under its vision of Make in India. Havells contractors provide convenience, economic benefit, and are highly reliable for various industrial control system applications. Havells' vision is to provide unmatched quality industrial products to its customers and is committed to ensure smooth running and low downtime to their processes and operations.
Today, electricity is an indispensable part of our lives. So much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries, including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
With every flip, switch, turn, swipe, we are your life's consistent partner for the last 25 years in India. Present in over 300,000 products in over 100 product categories, we offer simple, innovative, sustainable solutions to every type of building of today and tomorrow. And because we design solutions from the heart, we offer solutions that are derived from empathy. At Legrand, design is part of our DNA. We imagine, we listen, we innovate. And then we test and test again before becoming a permanent part of your lives. In order to manufacture excellence efficiently every day, we know that we need to do more with less. And thus, automation and digitalization are the game changers on our way to Industry 4.0. And our zero-defect, high-quality products make their way to your homes through our 125 transporters, 70,000 million tons of shipment, 10,000 full truckloads that deliver to over 19,000 pin codes across India. And our business model of projects and retail brings us closer to your home. And that is no simple feat, and wouldn't be possible without. Because ultimately, we are a company with a robotic arm and a human heart. And this inclusion and diversity of experience and ideas drives creativity, which brings forth innovation. And every day, over 5,000 people come together with one challenge. How can we improve your life? And every step towards that is also a step towards a sustainable future. Not just with our practices, but with our products too. We use renewable energy. We innovate for sustainability. We focus on greenomics. And every little step and milestone contributes to the greater good. We have been a part of your lives in India for 25 years and looking forward to many lifetimes more.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है.
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at EEQCO 2025. EEQCO is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. EEQCO is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, for the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, EEQCO 2025 will focus on emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, and automation. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at EEQCO 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. EEQCO promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the EEQCO experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at EEQCO 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of EEQCO 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at EEQCO 2025.
Excellence is doing ordinary things extraordinary well. At Havells, ethos of excellence is ingrained in everything that we do. And that is precisely why Havells is the first choice with its customers across India. In the industrial sector, Havells has a proven track record of more than 50 years. With its wide range of low-voltage products, with innovation at the core of all operations, Havells is always a step ahead of the competition. Havells' range of low-voltage switchgears and control gears are widely used in power distribution and industrial applications to control and protect electrical equipment against overload, short circuit, earth faults, and to provide basic control functions such as starting and stopping. Havells, two of a total of 13 best-in-class manufacturing facilities at Saibabad and Faridabad, are dedicated for manufacturing low-voltage switchgear and control gears under its vision of Make in India. Havells contactors provide convenience, economic benefit, and are highly reliable for various industrial control system applications. Havells' vision is to provide unmatched quality industrial products to its customers and is committed to ensure smooth running and low downtime to their processes and operations.
Today, electricity is an indispensable part of our lives. So much so that we take it for granted. BCH Electric is a leading Indian manufacturer of these electrical components in the low voltage space. BCH Electric came into being in 1965 as a joint venture between the Bhartiya Group and the US-based Cutler Hammer. It was the first to manufacture air brake contactors up to 900 amperes and was also the pioneer of DC brakes and pneumatic timers in India. BCH Electric is known for its tough, rugged and reliable products which are extensively utilized in a plethora of industries including steel, power, oil and gas, cement and marble, railways, automobiles, telecom, and of course, irrigation and agriculture.
Hello, hello. Everyone please be seated. I request all delegates to please take their seat. We are going to start our session 3. Once again, I request all delegates to please be seated. We are going to start our session 3. Thank you. So welcome back after the lunch break. Now we can proceed to our session 3, that is on sample testing procedure by laboratories. To deliberate in this session, I would like to invite Mr. Vasudev Murthy, BR. Mr. Vasudev Murthy presently working as a testing in charge in 50 MBA short circuit testing laboratory. His responsibilities include testing and performance evaluation of various LT equipments, panels, bus duct, MCV, MCCV, ACV, switches, starters, contactors, etc. as per the national international standards. He is also the chairman of BIS ETD 07 Technical Committee and committee member of implementation of QCOs for low voltage switchgear and control gears by Ministry of Heavy Industries. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Sumitra Pathak. He is currently working as a joint director at 100 MBA online testing station. He is involved in conducting short circuit tests on equipment such as distribution transformers, current transformers, MCV, RCCVs, RCVOs, air circuit breakers, MCCVs, disconnectors, LV switches, kit cats, switch gears and tap changers as per the national and international standards. With nearly 2 decades of experience specialized in short circuit testing. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Vasudev Murthy, sir, to kindly show the presentation. Yeah. Please. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to one and all. So I will be briefing the testing facilities of CPRI, Bhopal and Bangalore testing labs. CPRI is also a member of short circuit testing license. So only few testing laboratories are member of STL. So CPRI is one among the, it is an international body. So we have a membership of that body. And also we have a NA BCB certification for issuing the certificates as per 17065 standard. From the past 2 years we have this accreditation. So the customers can utilize this service. Suppose if they want the product certification as per this 17065. So this is globally accepted. So the certificates are globally accepted. If it is accredited as per 17065, the report is as per the 17065 standard. So I request the customers who are into exporting of their products to other countries can make use of this certification services. So we are ready to issue the certificate as per the standard. All these procedural guidelines BAS has already explained. So I will not go in detail about these things. So all these schemes also they have explained. So procedure for approaching the customer to CPRI, they have to send the inquiry. Then we will issue the quotation based on the the requirement. Then I think they have to approach the BAS and they have to upload their test request to grant of license. Suppose if they want to do the testing at the third-party lab, they have to select the lab, generate the QR code, and the customer have to make the advance payment to CPRI. Then rest they have to follow. They have to take the reports from CPRI and then upload it to their Manak portal as explained, very well explained by BAS. So next I will go about the testing charges. The testing charges basically depends on the number of samples. The standard describes the sampling procedure, how many samples have to be tested according to the product, the technical category. So as far as the 9% part 2 is concerned, Table 10 defines the number of samples to be selected for a particular sequence of testing. So based on those, the numbers, the testing charges is decided, and also the product, the variety of the product that is being offered. Like depends on the product category, whether it is a thermal release or electronic release, because testing procedures are different for different types of releases. So accordingly, the quotation also varies, and the number of poles, of course, the poles also decides the number of tests to be conducted. Like single pole will have a minimum testing requirement, a double pole or a triple pole or a 4 pole. The testing procedures are different. Similarly, the volume of testing also is different for different poles construction. And also, if there is a constructional break within the frame size, let's say I have a frame size from 100 ampere to 250 ampere. So if within the frame size, if there is a constructional break, let's say maybe up to 160 amps, I have one type of construction, and after 160 ampere, there is either it could be a change in the standard defines the constructional break. The meaning of constructional break is given in the standard. So accordingly, it is decided. So if there is a constructional break within the frame size, then we need to do the testing on the maximum rating of that particular constructional break. So then the volume of testing also increases, the number of samples also increases. So this is this is also another factor which decides the testing charges. These are the typical charges that we have shown here. So we have just taken an example of 3 pole and 4 pole. Up to 630 ampere, we have just charted out this the testing charges. So this will be common for both Bangalore and Bhopal testing labs. Yeah. So whatever the charges I am showing is only a typical charges. It may not be the exact. So finally, the customer has to write to CPRI, and they have to take the quotation from CPRI. So then we will be giving the the final testing charges. This is only to give an idea for you to make a budget estimate. Suppose if you want to do a testing of a particular range of sample, so you know what is the constructional break, you know what is the rating of the sample. So based on that, whether it is a single pole, double pole, or triple pole, so based on that, you have to project to your management that I'll be needing this much, the budget amount for me to do the testing at CPRI. Then only for that, to arriving at that factor, that figure, we have given the quotation, the charges. So sequence-wise charges we have given. Like in sequence, we have a tripping test, both instantaneous and short circuit tripping test. Then we have a dielectric test. We have given the charges for dielectric test, and we also given the charges for mechanical as well as electrical endurance test. So similarly, temperature rise, then overload releases, overload performance. So this is about the sequence 1. Similarly, we have given the charges for sequence 2 for 3 pole and 4 pole circuit breakers. So what is the charges up to 63 amps? We have one slab, and 63 to 160 we have another slab. So like that, the slab wise we have given the charges to the mentioned here. And similarly for the braking capacity, what are the charges we have given, and operational performance capability test, then dielectric test, post dielectric test, then post temperature rise. Similarly, we have given the charges. And for the 4th pole testing, standard also calls for if it is a 4 pole circuit breaker, we need to test the 4th pole and the adjacent pole. So for that also we have given the charges. And we insist the customer to bring these, the operating mechanism, mounting structure for the short circuit, especially for the endurance and short circuit test, because each breaker will have, different sizes and different constructional. We cannot give the operating mechanism. We cannot provide the operating mechanism to the customers or manufacturers. So they have to bring their own, operating mechanism, the pneumatic operating mechanism. We can provide the electrical control, the voltages for that mechanism, or the compressed air. If you want, we can provide the compressed air. So all the arrangement has to be made by the manufacturer itself. They have to bring their own operating mechanism for both endurance as well as the short circuit test. And for the short circuit test, there is a special requirement for the metal enclosure we need to provide around the sample. So that figure is also given in the standard. So all those arrangements have to be made by the manufacturer only. We have just given a typical, just example. And so whenever they are submitting the sample for testing, the prerequisite is that they have to submit the drawings of the sample, like the GA drawing showing the frame sizes, and internal parts drawings are also to be submitted as a prerequisite. And to claim as a homogeneous, as I already told you that it is all given in the standard. To claim as a homogeneous series, that is a fundamental design. So there is a requirement given in the standard. So all those are defined here. So payment has to be made through online payment. We have a link given in our website, www.cpra.res.in. There is a pay online link. Through that link, you have to make the payment. So it is all 100% advance payment. And terms and conditions are mentioned in the website, CPRA website. So another information what we need is the GST, the number which we will be requiring, PAN and PAN details of the customer. So if the samples are submitted through the Monarch online, then you have to generate the QR code, and those codes have to be affixed on the sample while submitting the sample. If the customers are submitting directly to CPRA without generating the QR code without generating the QR code, that time these barcodes are not necessary. So these are only necessary when they are following the procedures through BAS. If they are approaching the BAS at getting the barcode and submitting the samples to after then they have to select the lab, which lab they want to do the testing. So after selecting the lab, they have to pay the charges to the lab, and then they have to affix the barcode on the sample, and they have to submit the sample to CPRA if they are doing the testing at CPRA. So after submitting the sample, they have to fill up the customer request form. So after taking the customer request form from the customer, then we will be generating the test series number, and then we will start the testing. So as I told, drawings are the prerequisite which they need to submit before taking up the test. So this is the technical format which the customer has to fill before taking up the test. Because that will decide the testing procedure. These are the typical ratings which are mentioned in the technical forum, which they need to submit before taking up the test. So these are the timelines for testing. Typical timelines we have given for sequence 1. What are the time required to complete the sequence 1 test, like 5 to 15 days, because we have more number of tests in sequence 1, right from the overload release testing. Then we have a dielectric test, impulse and power frequency withstand, and then we have a electrical and mechanical endurance test. Then after that we have a temperaturized test, then trip test. So there are series of tests, so which takes minimum time to complete those tests. So we have given the typical timelines. And then we have a sequence 2. We have given the 4 days, typical as a 4 days. Sometimes it can be less also. It all depends on the the ratings what we are testing. Because 4 days, why? Because after the short circuit we need to do the operational capability, And then we have the temperature rise. Temperature rise itself will take minimum 1 day. Then operational capability another half a day to 1 day it will take. So that is why we have worked out and we have just given the typical number of days. Sequence 3 we should not take much time because it is only a trip test and then we have a short circuit. And again we do the dielectric and again trip test is there. So it should not take much time. So we have given 2 days. And for the combined sequence, again it takes more time because it is a combination of sequence 2, 3 and 4. So sequence 4 is a short time instant current. For category B, the circuit breakers which has a short time instant rating. And sequence 6 is the combined test sequence as I told for category B breakers. So that takes longer time. And the annexure C, annexure H, those are all simple tests and it should not take much time because it's a short circuit and then followed by a post test. So we have given the typical timelines for those tests. So final receipt of test report after completion of the test. So we require 15 days after completion of test to issue. Within 15 days we will be issuing the test report provided all the revised drawings are submitted. So we will be issuing the report within 15 days. We will try to reduce this time 15 days as early as possible. We will try to make it happen. So these are the facility wise, the location wise facilities of CPRI. Bhopal, so we have 2 stations. One is the generator based station, 1500 MVA short circuit test station, and another we have a 100 MVA online test station. So in the station 1, that is a generator based station, they can do 415 volts. For 415 volts voltage, they can do 75 kA. This is for the AC rating, what I am telling. And for 690 volts, they can go up to 120 kA. They have a limitation on 250 volts, so they can go up to 42 kA. Similarly, online station, 415 volts, they can do up to 65 kA. Online is station 2. And 690 volts, they can go up to 80 kA. They have a limitation on 250 volts, that is up to 35 kA. These are all 3-phase, what I am showing here is the 3-phase ratings. And endurance, they have 2 labs for endurance. One is the supplementary lab and another is the online. They can do endurance with the online facility also. So 415 volts for the supplementary lab, they can do up to 630. And for 690, they can go up to 200 ampere. And station 2, that is online based, they can do up to even 6300 amps. They can cater to ACB, both 690 and 415, using the online transformer facility. So endurance should not be a issue. All these are AC ratings. And as far as the Bangalore is concerned, we have a 50 mA short circuit test lab. So 415 we can go up to 65 kA. And 690 we have a limitation that we can maximum 25 to 30 kA, not more than that. And 250 we can go up to 50 kA, 3-phase. We also have a DC facility at Bangalore. 1000 volts we can go up to 1000 volts with a breaking current up to 35 kiloampere. So at 110 volts DC we can go up to 10 kA, and 220 volts we can go up to 20 kA. This is the DC, what I am saying is about the DC breaking capacity. At 500 volts we can go up to 35 kA. So Bangalore is the only lab which has a DC testing facility. Earlier Bhopal, I think Bhopal had the DC facility, but some issue with the rectifier, I think. And endurance, we can go up to 2500 amps for 415. So we have tested the endurance test for I think ABB, ACBs up to 2500 amps. And 1000 volts DC we can go up to 1000 amps. 690 volts we can go up to 630 ampere. This is the endurance capacity which we have in Bangalore. So we have plans for new expanding our CPRI. So presently we are expanding at Nasik. So all the we are all the equipments are getting installed. Maybe by end of this year we will be operational. We will be in operational in Nasik. So we have a high voltage. We will be having a high voltage switchgear testing facility in Nasik, and also we can go transformers up to 10 MVA. And also we are planning for the LT switchgear, so up to 100 kVA. Beside to that, we will be having the impulse facility, then supplementary facility, and also the endurance. Pathak, endurance, Nasik coming up. So endurance facility is also coming up in Nasik plant. And we are planning for EEMA-EMC testing at Nasik. So due to some reasons, the Bangalore could not speed up that EEMA-EMC due to some technical reasons. So we are setting up a new lab, EEMA-EMC lab at Nasik. That is under planning stage. Soon we will be having EEMA-EMC facility there. And also we have a plan to relocate our Noida unit. We have a unit in Noida. Presently they are doing the testing for cables and also transformer routine and temperaturized test they are doing. So we have a plan to relocate that unit. So we are looking for the land and approval from the ministry. We have put up the proposal. So once we get the approval, then we will be working on that project also, where we will have the all comprehensive facility, including the short circuit we will be having in our the after relocation. So thank you. So any questions? I will try to answer your. Okay. We will have the question and answer after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasudev, sir. Now I invite Mr. Yash Kishan I. Pathan, sir. He is a graduate engineer in electrical and working in ADA since 1992. He is heading switchgear section, IP section, and short circuit lab. He is also a member of ETT07 committee of BIS. We welcome you, sir. Next, I also invite Mr. Madhusudan from UL Solutions. Yeah. So, Mr. Madhusudan, bringing 18 years of experience from low voltage switch gears and control gears, product testing and certifications, specialization from circuit breakers background. He is a technical auditor for IEC, European Union and UL standards, and active member for ETT07 committee of BIS for the low voltage switch gears and control gears. We welcome you both, sir. Now I request Pathan sir for the presentation, please.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all of you. I am presenting from the ERDA. I am Bhai Pathan, and I am presenting from the procedure guidelines for the testing charges and the timelines. This is a portal of the LIMS where you can select the laboratory. And the UR portal is there, URL portal link are there. So you can click at that and you just select the laboratory name. Then you just select the standard and select the number of the tests required. Now on the left clicking the view of the breakup, you will be get the list of the tested selected product standard, close wise and its test charges. Then after you insert the stakeholder should send the product technical details falls under the EEQC scheme to third party laboratory under the prescribed format to concerned laboratory. Laboratory will review the product technical details and reply for it the feasibility. Then after the interested stakeholders should ask to quotation for the selected third-party laboratory. This is a ERDA procedure. On receipt of the test request from the stakeholder for the requirement of the test, review of the request, then send the quotation to the stakeholder. Then inform the stakeholder to submit the required documents. Inform the stakeholder to submit the sample to ERDA with a QR code pasted on the box or the sample. Stakeholder has to remit 100% advance test charges to the laboratory in advance through the net banking, either the NEFT or RTGS. After the receipt of the 100% advance, the test charges and the required quantity of the samples from the stakeholder, laboratory will process in the LIMS and process for the work order and the handover to the concerned section laboratory. Laboratory plan the test schedule. The test schedule is conveyed to stakeholder on the registered email ID. The sample acknowledgement will also be sent on email. The timeline of the testing of these MCCB, particularly for the part 2. One rating complete require the 25 days in ERDA, and 14 samples we will conduct in a month, and report we will be issue within the 7 days after completion of all the testing and the formalities. This is a single person who is coordinate at ERDA for assisting of the LMS, Mr. Kamlesh Kayas. He is the acting head of the CRM, and mobile number is given, and his email ID is also given. These are the test facility ERDA. For the low voltage switchgear and control gear for the circuit breaker, we have the full type test facility for the sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. The testing facility available for the AC testing up to the 5000 ampere at 440 volts. Withstand capacity is 120 kiloampere for 1 second and 70 kiloampere for 3 seconds. AC making and breaking capacity 0.5 kiloampere to 120 kiloampere at 440 volts. We have also the DC test facility. The test current is 1000 ampere at 1600 volts. DC withstand current 30 kiloampere for 3 seconds. DC making and breaking capacity 0.5 kiloampere to 30 kiloampere at 280 volts up to 690 volts. And 0.5 kiloampere to 10 kiloampere at 690 to 1500 volts. Same type test facility for the part 3 is for the low voltage switch gear and control gear. The switches devices, switch disconnector and the switch fuse unit. This facility is also available for the test sequence 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. The same test capacity is there. Test facility for part 4 is also available at ERDA for the contactor and the starter for the test sequence 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Also part 5-1, the test facility is also available for the control devices and the switching element. The test sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 is also available at ERDA. Sorry. Now this is the infrastructure we have. The 20 kiloampere 3-phase stabilizer high current source for the temperaturized test, time current characteristics, short time instant current test. This is a control room for the making and breaking and electrical endurance test. IP 40-ton IP test facility is also available. 24 kV impulse test for the low voltage switchgear product. Humidity test chamber is also there, the 950 by 1000 mm by 950 mm, minus 40 to 180 degrees centigrade. This is the short circuit, online short circuit facility is also available at ERDA. There are the 3 test bench, one at Makkarpura, second is also at Makkarpura, and one at Savli Laboratory. It is 35 kilometers away from the Vadodara. The test capability at Makkarpura for the short circuit lab, for the transformer testing 500 kVA, 11 by 0.433 kV, and 120 numbers of the transformer in a month we will be do. The standard is 1180, 2026 and 60076. This is particularly lab for the transformer testing of the short circuit test. Second lab at Makkarpura, the short time instant current capacity is 1 kiloampere to 50 kiloampere for 1 second and 35 kiloampere for 3 seconds. Also, the making and breaking capacity at 500 ampere to 50 kiloampere at 500 volts. DC test facility is also at Makkarpura, 10 kiloampere to 270, 10 kiloampere at 270 to 1500 volts, 15 kA at 270 to 1000 volts DC and 30 kiloampere at 690 volt DC. These are the products covered at Makkarpura laboratory. All the switchgear products are covered at Makkarpura laboratory. Also at short circuit lab Savli, its the maximum capacity is 1 kiloampere to 120 kiloampere for 1 second and 70 kiloampere for 3 seconds, and DC test facility 30 kiloampere for 1 second. Short time making and breaking capacity 500 to 120 kiloampere at 575 volts. And transformer testing is facility, transformer short circuit test facility is also there, 100 to 4 MVA for the 33 and 433 kV, and 100 kVA to 1 MVA, 11 by 433 kV. This is all about the ERDA.
Thank you, Pathan sir. Now I request Madhusudan sir for the presentation, please.
Navdeep. Okay, it's coming. Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Madhusudan, I'm representing from UL Solutions, Bangalore. So today I'm going to brief about the procedural guidelines for the labs, especially the ones for BIS QCO. So already since CPRI and ERDA has briefed majority of the points which are remain common for all the labs, but wherever I need to stress upon certain points, I'll put up the points to everyone. So coming back to the procedural guidelines for the labs, so one has to apply the details online before sending the samples to labs. the request has to rise through BIS portal. And before raising the request, it is necessary to have a discussion with the labs, especially with the technical people whom you are going to submit the request. The reason behind this is whenever you are raising the request online, you need to punch a number of samples that is required for the test. So normally the verge of request is like sometimes manufacturer may miss some of the tests or maybe some additional samples to add up. So when they raise a request and it comes to labs, and when we receive the samples and when we iterate with respect to test requirements, if we find the number of samples are less, then forcefully we need to reject the request and ask them to either to reevaluate or raise a new request. So just to take care of this, discuss the test plans before raising the request to labs. So once the labs receive the request, we will review technically. One is on the products which are covered under the scope, and second is on the parameters in the lab which are going to fees for the requirements. So if it fulfills, lab accept the request, then customer has to send the samples to lab with the barcode. And once we receive the samples in the lab, we will verify the samples that is requested in the test request that has to match with the samples sent physically. If we foresee that there is a gap between the samples mentioned in the barcode and the physical samples received, so again we are not authorized to accept and we need to reject from our side, because partial samples acceptance is not allowed as per the procedure. So any samples that comes, it has to come with one lot, and physically and the samples quantity mentioned in the barcode has to match. So this is the reason I was stressing upon discuss prior sending the samples and send the appropriate samples that is required as per the barcode. So once the verification is done in the lab, then it will move to a testing phase. And during the time of course of testing, each and every testing has to be updated with the results on BIS portal. That is mandatory been made recently for all the labs. So every test which undergoes and completes, so day to day we need to update in the BIS portal. That is a requirement for the labs from BIS. So once the tests are completed, we have to go back to the reviews with the report preparation within 7 to 10 days, and we need to upload online and we need to close from the labs. So with that, the labs will be closing the test job what is requested for them. Then coming back to the test charges, so for each and every lab, already the details in BIS website, the charges are available. Basically these charges are the general charges with respect to the standard requirement. So whoever wants to look on this cost, you have an access in BIS portal. You can just log into the site and select for the labs, and for your budgetary purpose you can look on the costing. And moreover, when there is a multiple samples or the constructions are involved, it is better to reach out to the labs for a technical discussion and the samples that is required for testing, because the cost will vary depending upon the samples we select for testing. So that is where the online details are available. So anybody want to refer to that, you can go directly there. If not, you can reach out to labs for having the costing. Then moving towards payment terms and condition for UL for any project that comes from customer. So first of all, we need to review the technicality and we need to issue the quotes to customer. Then customer has to accept the quote and they need to issue a purchase order for the lab. This is mandatory as per UL laboratory process. And then for payments, we have different categories of payments that has been implemented internally from UL. So we have been categorized customer into 3 portfolio: category A, category B, and category C. So category A are the customers who can give us the PO and without any payment we can accept for testing. This category A has been made in such a way that based on their workout or the projects or the amount of working at a global level they do with UL business. For category B, it is more of a strategic account where 50% payment is mandatory before starting the test and 50% will be after the invoice generated after the testing. For category C, it is basically a new logo. It means a new customer to UL. So in that case, 100% payment is mandatory before starting the test. Then coming back to the sample submission process. So just to reiterate here again, the request to the lab has to come through the portal, and lab will receive the test request and review. So as I said earlier, if there is any concerns on the technicality or the number of samples required, if we foresee, or the parameter if lab doesn't have where customer has requested, in that case all this will be reviewed, and if it is acceptable to lab, we will accept. If not, the application will be rejected from the lab. Then when customers are submitting to samples to lab, they need to submit these samples at one shot, not on a partial basis, and each sample they submit with a lot has to be with the barcodes. And samples can be either couriered to lab or they can hand carry and drop at the lab with the barcodes. And whenever they receive the samples, they look for the barcode, and based on that they will accept for the testing. And as I stressed and initially pushed, like each barcode, whatever the number of samples that is being given, that has to match with the physical samples that is received in lab. Then once all these are confirmed, then the samples will be moved for testing. So this is how the process for the sample submission to labs of manufacturers. Then coming back to the pre-request documents for testing. So at first level we need the accepted test request, that is with the barcode. The second is on the product technical specification. So for each standard, so we have a different technical document based on the product and the standard requirements. Customer has to fill these technical documents and submit during the document submission stage. And also customer has to give the construction similarity declaration. As you guys can see in standard, there is a construction requirement that has clearly put up where, for example, if a manufacturer is submitting a series of products having a similar construction, they have to make a construction declaration there, where whenever we receive, we will review that and accept for construction similarity and doing one product testing and comparison with others. And again, if it is in with a homogeneous series, then we will ask customer to declare the homogeneous series as well. And along with that, the product drawings has to be submitted. And if any accessories are required, for example, conductors, fuses, and if that matter for fixtures. So if it is specific fixtures, then manufacturers has to submit when they submit the samples for testing. So these are the prerequisites or the documents for testing when they submit the samples. Then moving towards the tentative timelines for the product. So for 60947 part 2 for breakers, so in an average and general, we are taking around 1 to 1.5 months for testing and completion. So it is in an average, but sometimes it can be lesser than a month based on the number of samples or the construction they have given. If not, sometimes it can increase more than a month or 1.5 months based on the complexity of the product and the number of samples or the number of tests that has increased in the series. So same way for 60947 part 3, it takes 1 month for us to complete the testing with the reports, and followed by 4-1 around 1.5 months. Then for 5-1 it takes around 1 month. And similar way for 5-2 it is near to around 1.5 month, and for 5-5 it takes near to a month's time. And after all the test completion, the lab needs around 7 to 10 days for report preparation. That includes review, authorization and uploading on portal. And coming back to the facilities, the state of art we have in Bangalore. So basically our short circuit level is at 10 kiloamps at 690 volts, and we can go up to 0.2 seconds. And for 15 kiloamps we can go up to 456 volts at 0.1 second. And for short time we can go up to 5K for 1 second. And for mechanical operation, that is for electrical endurance, we can go up to 1500 amps at 760 volts AC, and at 60 volts, 60 amps DC at 600 volts. And for tripping and temperature rise, we can go up to 2000 amps for single phase, and for 5000 amps, for 2000 amps it is 3 phase, and for 5000 it is up to single phase. And presently we are updating our facility for DC enhancement. So with the same rating, that is up to 15 kiloamps at 1000 volts, we are coming up with a facility, and also we are upgrading the lab for electrical endurance and also for the temperature rise setup. So probably this facility will be available from end of September for customer to have their developmental test started, and then we will apply for NABL and BIS. And coming back to the global market access from UL, because UL is a global entity where a lot of products are tested, certified for different markets. So UL is not only for UL certifications for US and Canada market, we are also in the global world where customer ask and we have a lot of things for them. So one of them is when any customer wanted to do any testing in our lab, we can bundle them for IEECCB certification. So basically all our 60947 series are already in IEECCB scope. So any customer asks for any testing here locally in India for ISIEC testing, with the same testing we can also issue a IEECCB report. So there is an advantage working with UL for any of your requirements. So with one testing you will have multiple certificates and you don't need to spend more time and more money. So it's an advantage. So with this I'm closing from my part. So further if anybody has any clarifications on concerns, you can either reach out to me or Mr. Prasanna Savarkar, who is based out in Mumbai. We are available for any of your assistance. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madhusudan sir. Now the session is open for the question answers. You may ask questions directly to the testing labs, please. Anybody want to ask questions or not? Yes, please, sir. Kindly introduce yourself and start with question.
Yeah, on this we have an issue sometimes in the operations. Sometimes when we send the samples through courier, so the papers are missed by the logistics partner. So in that case, it gets difficult for both of us, manufacturers and also the lab. So can we have a solution to this, whether we can upload the copy on the portal and that could be accepted, something like that?
We will make the entry of the sample, but you have to send the papers, original papers, either through courier or you can send it through whoever the person comes for testing to make the official entry.
Yes, sir. That we can do. I mean,
accepting the sample will not be a problem.
Okay.
So we will receive the sample. So we will not open the case.
Yeah.
So we have our own procedure for making the entry.
Yes, sir.
So we will receive the samples. Once we get the papers, then we will make the entry and then we will do the sampling. All those things.
Okay, so thank you very much.
That should not be an issue.
Yes, sir. Just one more question. In previous times, there was a little bit confusion regarding providing the test report, because in scheme 1 and scheme 2 there is only option of uploading the test report on the BIS portal. So in this scheme 10, actually we should also get a copy of test report. So how is that going to be?
The BAS, I would like to ask this question to BAS. So if in the scheme 10, suppose if the customers are approaching the lab, they are selecting the lab and they are coming to the particular lab. So whom to issue the report? Whether we need to issue the report to the BAS or to the concerned customer directly? Because in the presently, what the procedure we are following for the QCO of transformers is, so there are two types of the sample which we are receiving from BAS. One is the simplified procedure where they will generate the QR code and they submit the sample directly to CPRI. Okay. In that case, in the simplified procedure, the charges will be paid by the customer. Manufacturer will pay the charges. So we will accept the sample through the portal. So we have that access to your portal. We will accept the sample and we'll start the testing and report will be uploaded to the BAS portal. We are not issuing report directly to the manufacturer. That is simplified, either simplified or CR scheme. This is the procedure what we are following. So in this case, I don't know what is the procedure of whether we need to issue the report to the customer or we need to issue the report to the BAS that clarity is not there.
Next question. Shom, please pass on the mic.
I am Nitin from Hager. Sir, I have a question regarding, this question is for the laboratory plus the BIS also parallelly, because every laboratory asking the product drawing while we are submitting the samples, but any requirement is given in any scheme of either 10 or 1 or 2 or 4. So you should submit the drawing while the testing. So why this is the differentiation? Because previously we found some difficulties when we submitted drawing to the laboratory, and after the authentication report we will generated, there is some queries raised by the BIs. So can you please clarify from both sides? In every case, sir. Because in scheme 10 also it is not defined that product drawing should be submitted according to while you submit the samples to the laboratory. And sometimes what happened, laboratory insists us to change the, as per there are some new requirement to change the modify the drawing, but it is not actually the co-relevant with the product what we have to manufacture.
Sir, whenever we issue a report, so we attach the drawings, because we need to identify the product, what the product is being tested. So the drawing and the product should be 1-to-1. It should match. But that is how all the international certificates are issued. So all the certificates are issued with the drawings. So drawing is a must as per the quality procedure, because we need to identify the product. But that will authenticate your validity. That means your certificate is complete only when the drawings are enclosed.
Basically, to add up, see, if we add only the photographs, you will not have the internal constructions how it is. So just to have that in the report, we'll ask for the drawings and we'll verify with the product and we'll attach to that with that.
But in that case, sir, if any scheme or any product standard, it give the clarity. So while for the verification of the dimensions, you need to submit the drawing.
Sir, this is not related to any scheme or nothing else. This is the, you see how, suppose, forget about Hager, suppose I am buying your MCB, okay, in bulk. How I will verify what MCB you have tested? You are getting my point?
Yes, sir.
So only by looking at the design and the other things which are explained in drawing, we can confirm that this is your manufacturing and this you are manufacturing. So this is related to that. It is not related to the any of the schemes. Whatever you have bought here, we will open it after the test and see whether it matches with the drawing or not. Then only we can confirm that this is the same product. Otherwise, what will happen? MCB you have got tested, but somebody else can also sell it without the drawings.
Sir, this point raised because when we are applying the request to LIMS portal to particular laboratory, at that time it is not no specific dialog box is there. So after some certain days, respective laboratory raise the query and ask the laboratory ask the drawing. So, but it is not recorded in the BIS point of view.
Yeah, but it will be part of that will be part of the report. Yeah. So when we upload the report, it contains everything. It has photographs, it has drawings, everything's been checked, signed, and uploaded in the portal.
Okay.
This is just to control the construction. See, sometimes in general, the products looks similar from outside, but internally there are a lot of construction changes. So we don't know which construction you have tested when we issue the report with the photographs. So that is the reason we control all the drawings and that is part of the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Yeah, Mr. Amit.
So Amit Singh from Eton. So you have mentioned the timeline, like 2 to 15 days for sequence 1, sequence 2 for 4 days. So is it parallel? Suppose we are submitting the sample parallelly for sequence 1, 2, 3, 4 lab. So it will take maximum 15 days. As per. Or it will combine all the dates and...
Sometimes it can be a parallel.
Okay.
Because sequence 1 doesn't require a short circuit facility. It is a separate facility. So it can be parallel.
Parallel. So maximum days 15 days. If suppose
If we just
for entire sequence it will take 15
plan
days.
it properly. So if the lab is booked, then definitely we can just work out on that timeline.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
We had a question regarding the issue of reports to issue. So already whenever the report is issued, the report is on the portal itself. The applicant was raised the request can see the report from there. There is no such issue that it issued to whom.
The followed is, once the tests are completed, once the reports are signed by authorized signatory, it will be directly uploaded in portal. The moment we upload, the manufacturer will get an acknowledgement that it is completed and they will have access to see the reports.
Yes, they have access there.
Yeah.
See, scheme 10 actually the portal is still being made. We have made a makeshift arrangement in scheme 1. Okay, so maybe there is a case like Rahul told earlier that we're going to 5 years time for a type test. Maybe for those reports, because labs are recognized now, like CPR Bhopal was recognized recently, but we have seen that applicants already have reports from CPR Bhopal. How will they upload? There is no portal for that report. So for those cases they can upload. Okay, so we have made a provision. In any case, if anyone has raised a request to our portal, LIMS portal with a QR code, then those reports are accessible to the applicant as well. I think it's clear now. Like I told that portal is being made and there are many items, many are there. Like suppose someone is doing in-house testing. Okay, for in-house testing you need not require a QR code. So how will you upload that? You have to upload manually. So that's why provision is there.
Yeah, it's a backside. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. This question is again on multi-branding. Suppose we submit the samples of our design and then we declare that the same design is applicable for another brand that we do, say A and B. So will the certificates and the test reports also be available for the multi-brand?
If you are asking for BIS, it will be no. Because we cannot multi-brand that as per the requirement.
So what I have seen from my experience, usually the brands are given only for the report which is on the product. But however, if you are making multi-brands, you can declare that same in the application part and require documents whatever are there, means any requirement of agreement and all those things can be given. In the report I have seen only the tested models and the brands are there. That is what I have seen. So I am right then.
Correct. If you are branding once the testing is completed for one brand, then it is more of a documentation procedure with BIS, not with labs.
So what I understand is, one is the availability of test reports and certificates, and the second thing is grant of license by BIS. So grant of license from BIS is, we have got the answer this morning, but for availability of test reports and certificates for multi-brand?
See, multi-brand, whatever the test request you request for any labs, that is a request for us. For example, if you have a X brand, you have to do all the test. You send a request to lab, we will receive, we do the testing and we will complete. And we will upload the results in the portal. So with that X brand, first you will get the X brand certification. Then when that, if you want to make for a Y brand, you need to approach BIS with the documentation part. And that is nothing to do with any testing.
BIS application for one brand owner in like the month of May. You should get another brand owner also with the BIS within 3 months. What I got from the CRC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to reconfirm regarding, this is not a scheme 10 question, but a scheme 1. So brand labeling scheme 1, I think BIS has issued a guideline, and we can just submit a letter with the details of brand and ratings, and then we can do the branding. Is it correct?
Scheme 1 brand now is clear.
Yeah.
Okay. For scheme 10 also.
For scheme 10 also? Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, please, Mr. Amit. And yeah.
So if suppose you are getting the new test request from one from the QCO, other for development, do we expect that you will give the priority to the QCO?
Can you repeat your question?
So if suppose you are getting the test request from the different manufacturer, one is from the QCO perspective, the other is for development or other kind of test. So are you giving to the priority to the QCO testing as per the seeing the guidelines, extension?
Definitely we will give priority to the QCO testing.
Priority will be given.
Definitely we will give.
Okay. Thank you so much.
As far as CPRI
Shivam,
is
pass
concerned.
mic to the Mr. Mani.
My advice is don't wait till 10th November. Come early. You see, all the manufacturers will always say the dates are not available, but you plan it accordingly. Bhai. They will come, oh sir, tomorrow is tender, give me the report today, do the test today, but you come plan accordingly, so that you give some time to labs also. Bhai.
Yeah, already labs have been instructed from Ministry and also from BS to take the priority for QCO. So that is already in place, and requests are when and where it is received, we are taking on priority.
By the way, we are monitoring every 15 days how many licenses have been applied, how many licenses have been released, and we are checking what is the total number we should have by end of November. So as far as IEEMA member are concerned, for MSME also we are going to do the same now. So IEEMA as well as MSME members, they are requested to send the report every 15 days to us. So that if it is somewhere stuck up, that also will check why it is stuck up for long.
And one more thing I want to make it very clear, as per 17025, the standard under which we operate, the preference cannot be given to anybody. First come, first service there. We'll try to give it, but we cannot promise it. You see, if somebody else is also coming, you cannot give that this is from QCO, we cannot give it. Because we have to follow 17025. Other customer, he may also have some other priorities. You see, this testing, we are doing multiple equipments, we are doing. Transformers are also there. You see, Ministry of Power, you see, suppose their rural scheme is going on, he has to submit the tender and all those things. So we'll try to give, but we cannot guarantee that you come and we'll remove everybody else. No, this QCO will come first. Nobody can guarantee that. But we'll try to accommodate. As far as I told you earlier also, there's this QCO is new for BIS. This is a big thing, but we have already done it. BIS has changed the standard 8828 in 2007 or 8 from 8828 to 602898. Then also we did lot of testing, and when 1180, the distribution transformer, it was made mandatory in 2014 to 16. We did lot of testing. We'll do lot of testing this time also. We are all in this together. Some problems will be there. Some confusion will be there, but slowly it will go away. You see, one or two, suppose the first customer comes for the QCO testing, it will be, you see, or new for us also, but it will, you see, it will crease out. And we are always here to help you. Any queries, anything related to standard testing, we are always here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving us the assurance regarding the testings. Yes, the last question, please.
Sir, just a simple question. Are we allowed to witness the test in laboratory for QCO? And if answer is no, answer is yes.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, yes. You are allowed.
Okay, thank you.
You are allowed to. No, in fact, we don't want to take up any testing without a witness. That is our priority.
Sir, I'm asking
because afterwards we'll receive so many questions. You have not done the testing properly. You have not connected the sample. So whatever you have used is not correct. Cable is not correct. So many hundreds of questions. Because we have experience. That is why we don't want to take up without a witness.
सर वो सील्ड सैंपल के लिए जो सील्ड सैंपल आते हैं बीआईएस से simplified procedure.
Yeah. It can be witnessed with the consent, yes. See, for example, if any samples comes to the lab, right? If it is come to BIS portal for any certification, directly we will not allow. So we need a consent that there is no consent from BIS that we are allowing them, and based on their confirmation, we are allowing.
And sir, this is
yeah, till the test, whatever the setups you want to make, you want to verify, everything is allowed. But during the testing, it is not allowed, because without their consent, we cannot use to witness.
Like already we have recognized the laboratories for under LRS, so we take them that these reports are authentic, need not do the witnessing. However, there have been cases like sometimes the sample has failed and the applicant has told no, my sample will pass. In that case, we have done some test testing, but as such there is no procedure that it is to be done. It's up to the applicant only. If they want, they can contact the laboratory. We don't have any issue with that.
Still, it is not clarified for me, because the laboratory says ki it is not allowed, and you are also saying it is not allowed. But laboratory people are not product specialists, or they may not know
I'll answer your question.
the kind of the product.
I'll answer your question. I'm from Erda. I'm Brijesh Sachdeva. If it is a BIS case through IEEMA and all that, we will not allow. We need a 100% sure consent from BIS. Then only we will allow a witness. If it is a direct case to us, you have submitted sample directly to ERDA, not BIS.
See, the
it is your choice to come.
I'm particularly interested in knowing about the case of the LIMS.
See, LIMS,
we will not allow.
It is not allowed. See, even if you guys insist, you have to get a declaration from BIS that for the witness purpose you are allowed, and you have to show that only then confirmation, then we will allow. The problem is, any report we update in the portal, if it is witnessed by customer, then that should be a part of the report.
See, we have the confidence of testing methodology and long experience of the test lab and their way of testing. But sometimes there are products which are very new in the nature, and there might be something related to the connections and all those things which could go wrong as a human nature, because both side humans are working. So till that time, I think it is best interest in the lab of the labs also to allow the witness.
Maybe that
now
we need
coming
to have
the LIMS case, I don't know. I want to hear the BI's point of view. Yeah, witness.
Sir, but ERDA is telling we cannot allow. But you are saying it is allowed. Sir, if this application for scheme 10 or scheme 1, if it takes 6 months, after 6 months, if customer knows if some failure is there, what can be done in that case?
Sir, whenever we draw a sample from, not in scheme 10, I'm talking about scheme 1, because in scheme 10 there is no sample sealing by BIS. in scheme 1, when it's withdraw sample, we keep a counter sample at the applicant end. So in case there is a failure of sample at laboratory, sometimes applicants, they contest that my sample will not be failing. For those cases, sometimes we allow the for witness testing on the counter sample. It's not a usual program process. Sometimes only.
That is what I'm saying. Certification time for any non-witness testing or witness testing.
So why do you want to witness?
That is what I said.
See, the labs which are recognized are only already confirmed by NABL that they can do the test. Then only we have recognized them. So they are competent enough. Then why do we have a question? If you have a question, that lab will not do the test. Go to the other laboratory.
Here, what we are saying, right? These are engineering products. It requires some witness with respect to the testing installation or before testing, whatever precautions are taken. It is not that any influencing can be done, but it is only the witness.
Sir, if you are not confident that lab will not test my equipment correctly, you go to other laboratory. What I will suggest.
Sir, still we are allowing, like before testing, if you want to install the product, check for the mechanism, we are still allowing. But only during the time of testing, we are not allowed to show the test results from the product.
Sir, even it is part of confidentiality, sir.
Testing agency to testing agency. That's what I'm telling you. During at least before start of the test, right? We should have the access to.
Yeah, we already people are accessing and people are there. Till the test setup verification, it is allowed. But during the time of testing, it is not allowed.
During testing, nobody wants to do it. Because
Yeah, before testing, we are still allowing. That's what we are telling.
it is not uniform in all the labs. Yes. It is not uniform.
No, before that, we have already contact to BIS, and BIS is say no, manufacturer is not witnessing the testing.
Nobody is giving us anything assurance in the right. So we manufacturer has to come along between the BIS and the tester. That is what the situation happens. So it has to be a clear guideline from the okay. We don't want to be here during the test. We just want to make sure your product is installed in correct way. CPRI is allowing that the other lab also should take the same line.
So you just contact to BIS. Yeah, you just contact to BIS for that purpose, and you just say we will be not witnessing the testing, but for the connection purpose, and then we have to allow. We can allow.
During the installation, that's the start of the test.
We recognize the laboratories after assessing all the capability of the laboratory. Okay, so if you have any doubt with respect to their capability, so there are options to go to some other laboratory. Still, if you want to witness, assess their capability, you can request that particular laboratory. It is up to the laboratory to decide actually to allow you or not. But there is no condition as per our recognition scheme that you have to be given permission to access their facilities.
Actually, sir, what he is asking.
Means, that's what, sir. Actually, you should have confidence on the BAS. BAS recognizes the after assessing the facilities of the laboratory. So you should have confidence. If you still have a doubt, it is between you and the laboratory to decide.
Sir, we are not questioning the competence of the laboratory or the test setup.
So, no. In this case, we are telling some guidelines to be issued. No? Who will issue the why? BS has to issue some guideline in this, because we know our our procedure, and we assess the laboratory from our point of view.
Sir, the laboratory does not manufacture the product. Something features.
Anything can happen. That is a different thing. That's what. That is between you and the laboratory to decide.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I was saying, just clarifying his question, that it is not like you are sending cement or Bisleri water for testing. The switchgear is a complex thing, and it requires suppose for me, I am conducting tests. So for Schneider, ABB, Havells, C&S, everybody will have different type of release, different type of settings, what when to apply, what when to have to done. It is basically is up to manufacturer, he knows. Like for conducting short circuit, if you see he doesn't take care of the mounting and all those arrangements, then despite being the ACB, the very good design, it will fail. So many things it is better that he is present. You see, for installation and this.
During testing is not at all allowed.
Yes. So he could be there for the setup of the yes.
And he's not allowed in the test only. See the capability and then he can.
So for setup he can go there, and during testing he should not be there.
And sir, these are basically it was meant for when BIS used to seal all the samples, and they used to seal and send. Then we will not allow anybody. BIS used to, submit the fees also. Now it is not the case with the simplified procedure. Even BIS will not tell the manufacturer to which lab the samples has been sent. You see, but now with the simplified procedure, he knows everything. Whether you are allowing or not allowing, if he wants to do something, he can call or he can meet or he can do anything. So what I was just explaining to you, sir, the switch gears are complex. Even the pneumatic pressure, if it is not set properly, it can damage the MCCB.
So do we have another question? Otherwise, we are concluding this session. All right. So I thanks Madhusudan sir, Pathan sir, Vasudev Murthy sir, and Pathak sir for answering all the queries of the manufacturers, members, and non-EMA members. So I request all for to have a group photograph. I request Chairman sir to kindly come up on stage. Gaurav sir, Tushar sir, and Piyush sir. Surendran sir, please kindly come up on stage. Yeah. Thank you. So now we will be having 5 to 10 minutes of tea break, and after that the chairman of low voltage switchgear division, Mr. Nitin Rastogi, will give a closing remarks of the workshop. What are the key takeaways, and after that, yeah. So only closing remarks is pending, like hardly 5 to 10 minutes more after that tea. Okay. Yeah, fine. Thank you. So now I request Mr. Nitin Rastogi sir for the closing remarks of the workshop.
Well, very good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. I think it was a fruitful day. Who agrees with me? Great. So I think the forum was very correct, and in fact we had a good lunch also. So thank you everyone. I think I could compliment every one of us that we have moved one step further today in the process of implementation of QCO, and you know that extension is not possible. So my humble request is that, we have to integrate ourselves, and the kind of support we are getting from all the stakeholders, especially from DHI, BIS, and labs have done a wonderful job today on explaining each and every aspect of their procedure and testing guidelines. I think there's no doubt now why we should stop. When I saw the comments from Mr. Vijay Mittalji, he was the guy who, put this aspect of having this workshop, and the kind of positive energy he has means I could tell you, the kind of exercise we could do to convince him to get even the extension for the 6 months was very, very critical. And thank you, DHI, to do that. And you see the comments from Mr. Pasija that he said, anytime you can come and call me. So nothing, what you can expect out of BIS now. So thank you, everyone. In that capacity, I would like to thank even the core committee members. I think Rahul and Kuril and Mr. Suresh has done a wonderful job talking about everything what we was covering into our QCO. And there are many more guys in the core team. What I would like, Navdeep to announce their names and recognize them, because the hard work they have done it. Because I can tell you we could meet on isolating places and setting on QCO guidelines and series guidelines for that. And things are pending with us, so we'll completing in this week, or maybe the other parts we'll do that. Thank you, everyone. Maybe the kind of presentation what BI has given in terms of process certification, BIS portal online application, Manak portal details, and LRS scheme is remarkable. In the end, the labs are good to go, because there was always a question mark on how to go, what to do, what not to do, samples, courier, payment. I think we have to approach them and talk to them rather than understanding, this is the bottleneck. It's not. So as EEMA is concerned, and as chairman for low voltage group, I request that everybody should be very, very proactive. I think the message has to go to our management also, so that the time has come that we should accelerate. And I will appreciate and will be the happiest person from EEMA side that if members come out without any pushing back from EEMA and start communicating directly with BIS or the labs if they would have got any kind of questions which still remains unanswered to them. So there are email IDs what have been given in the presentations. Please contact them and go ahead on this. Anything else, Navdeep? You have to facilitate somebody out here? Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for the closing remarks. And you rightly said that we have to push really hard for the compliance of QCOs before the deadlines. And now I request Nitin Rastogi, sir, for honoring our workshop sponsors with the green mementos. I would request Mr. Shubham to kindly come up with the green mementos. And I would name the officials from ABB to kindly come up. Mr. Devchandar Kuril, thank you so much for sponsoring our workshop and make this workshop successful. Without your contribution, it would not be possible to have this workshop otherwise. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dev. Thank you.
I request officials from BCH, Bishank sir, from C&S, Sudhakar sir, Thank you, sir. Eaton, officials from Eaton.
Please. Amit.
Amit Singh. Havells.
तू यहीं रहे हो रहा है जाता है निकल जाता है
But I must compliment Rahul. He has done a wonderful job in making
Yeah.
it.
Both Rahul and Mr. Rajiv, sir. Thank you so much. Officials from Legrand. Detalu, sir.
So is एक ही काफी है? And again, this is brought to Suresh for his wonderful job on Tuesday.
Schneider. Do we have officials from Schneider? Yeah, please. Siemens, Rahul sir. Now I request all IEEMA committee members to please come up on stage for the group photograph. I request Rahul Shrivastava sir, Suresh Detalu sir, Pradeep Gupta sir, Dev Chandra sir, Binayak ji, Amit Singh, Bishank Agarwal, Kulkarni sir, Ganesh Shetya sir, Rajiv Kumar, Rahul Kumar from Havells, Narendra Kumar from Eaton, Amit Singh, Anil Mehta sir, Sudhakar Sampuran sir, and Vishnu Shrivastava. So, yeah. So this was a wonderful workshop. We are now concluding, and I am thankful to all the sponsor and delegates for participating for this workshop. And Chairman sir, if you want to say something.
Yeah, I think on the last contrary part, thank you IEEMA for this wonderful show. Navdeep has been good for QCO meeting ministry, and your meeting going to BIS has done a wonderful job, and I must compliment him and keep this show going. We have our next 3 years more. Certainly. So, great job. Thank you so much. Thank you, EEMA. Yeah, and again, the ministry is watching us, and we request, to look from both the sides of the coin and support us on this. Thank you very much. Yeah. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This was a wonderful show having you here. Thank you so much. Yeah, please have a cup of tea and then leave.
Yeah. Thank you.